So following yesterday's discussion, we've reorganized the agenda. So we'll start off this morning with C3, which is the Widow Rockfish Alternative Harvest Control Rule. And then after that, we'll come back to the item D3, which we left yesterday afternoon. And the intention with coming back to D3 is to allow you time to engage in whatever discussion you may need, and then to provide guidance to staff in terms of any revisions to the terms of reference regarding that matter that you may want to see for part 2. After that, we've got quite a busy day going through a lot of salmon items and CPS matters. So a full docket available for you today. I hope you're comfortable. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the day's activities before we begin? Not seeing any, then I will turn it over to Jesse Waller to introduce our next agenda item on rockfish. Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, council members. This is agenda item C3, Widow Rockfish Alternative Harvest Control Rule. In November, the council requested that the SSC supplemental review of the Widow Rockfish assessment consider looking at alternative harvest control rules that would keep the stock above B40, our management target, in 2029. And based on those discussions, in March 2026, the council adopted a problem statement for this action, which can be found in your SITSUM, with key pieces of that being to look at establishing harvest specifications, noting that establishing harvest specifications under the default harvest policy generated from the new assessment could result in significant socioeconomic impacts, and that you wanted to look at a policy that could continue to prevent overfishing while keeping the long-term average stock status at or above target biomass while moderating socioeconomic disruption. At the same time, you adopted a range of ACL alternatives, which can be found again in the SITSUM in your table. There was one at 8,400 metric tons, 6,720 metric tons, and 5,858 metric tons. Those were ACLs that were established at a constant catch value. For each of these alternatives, the council, at the recommendation of the SSC, requested an analysis from the Science Center to provide an analysis to determine the risk of overfishing. This analysis can be found in Attachment 1. Staff have also provided revised Attachment 2 to understand how each ACL alternative would be distributed to the fisheries under the ACLs and options for allocations and at-sea set-asides. Note that the range of alternatives in the council analytical document in support of the 2728 specs process, which is agenda item C7 Attachment 2, does not correspond to the alternatives considered under this item. That attachment was developed based on the book and range of ACLs by the council in November 2025 to inform overwinter analysis by the GMT. Upon refinement of the range of alternatives at this meeting and the selection of a PPA, the GMT will update Attachment 2 for consideration of final action in June 2026. Under this agenda item, the council should adopt a preliminary preferred set of specifications, including OFLs, ABCs, and ACLs, and a final preferred alternative is planned to be adopted in June, which would align with our final action on the biennial specifications and management measures process. In terms of materials, I've already described attachment 1 and revised attachment 2, but you'll also have an SSC, a GAP, and a GMT report. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions on the action and the overview.
Thank you, Jesse. Any questions on the overview before we begin? Not seeing any questions, then we'll move into our reports. First up is the Scientific and Statistical Committee. Dr. Galen Johnson is here to deliver that report. Good morning, Galen.
Morning, Mr. Chair and Council. And then I will note that I also hopefully have Dr. Aaron Berger from the Northwest Fisheries Science Center online. He speaks groundfish a little more fluently than I do. So if you have tough questions for us after the statement, he will be there. And if the tech isn't working, then we also have a familiar face in Dr. Jason Schaffler. So I am Galen Johnson. I'll be reading Supplemental SSC Report 1 on the Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Widow Rockfish Alternative Harvest Control Rule.
Excuse me, Galen, is your microphone on there? We lost power. That's...
I finally pushed the button.
It wasn't you, apparently.
I know. I didn't push the button the first 2 times I did this.
Testing.
And Galen, just to give you some comfort while you're waiting, Aaron is online. So.
That makes me feel so much better. You guys have quite the agenda for my first meeting as chair.
We're going to have to pause for 10 minutes here because everything is down. Maybe not my mic.
Check 1, 2.
All right, I think we are repowered here. Dr. Johnson has time to memorize the entire report, so Galen, please continue now, or wherever it's best to start.
Okay.
Over.
I will start at the top of the text. The Scientific and Statistical Committee reviewed the analysis of the Council proposed annual catch limit alternatives for widow rockfish and discussed their potential risks and impacts, as well as methods for deriving overfishing limits and acceptable biological catches for selected alternatives. Jesse Waller, Council staff, was available to answer questions and clarify Council requests. The SSC appreciates the work of the STAT to produce this analysis, which the SSC found to be correctly conducted and useful for evaluating short-term risks and medium-term trade-offs associated with the alternatives. The analysis shows that alternatives with higher catches in 2027 and 2028 require lower catches from 2029 to 2036 to reach a similar fraction of unfished spawning output in 2036. The 2027 and 2028 ACLs from alternatives 2A, 2B, and 2C exceed the OFL from the default control rule, alternative 1, which is calculated as the yield resulting from FSPR equals 50%. Therefore, if fully attained, ACLs from alternatives 2A, 2B, and 2C would have a greater than 50% chance of exceeding FSPR equals 50%. Under a conventional reading of the Pacific Coast Groundfish Fishery Management Plan and the default OFL control rule, this would be considered to be overfishing. The SSC found that the analysis does not explicitly address the long-term risks and impacts of the ad hoc council proposed catch limits for 2027 and 2028. This is because the long-term risks and impacts of those catch limits also depend on council decisions about catch limits after 2028. Although the analysis presented in Appendix A of Attachment C3, Agenda Item C3 Attachment 1 shows that switching to the default ACL harvest control rule in 2029 would return stock to be 40% no later than 2031 under all of the alternatives. This is based on a deterministic catch projection. A stochastic management strategy evaluation with a defined harvest control rule after 2028 would be necessary to fully understand the long-term risks of the alternative ad hoc catch limits proposed for 2027 to 2028. The SSC discussed alternative ways to define the OFL that could be consistent with recent technical guidance from the March 2026 Informational Report 4. The SSC agreed that a harvest control rule that sets the OFL at a constant proxy MSY value whenever the stock is estimated to be above the proxy BMSY or be 40% would be consistent with that guidance. Given that the stock is currently estimated to be above the B40% reference point, the SSC determined that the OFL should be set equal to the yield corresponding to B40%, which is 6,239 metric tons. Under the assumption that the ABCs are set to the ACL values provided in the alternative, only the ABCs for 2027 and 2028 proposed under Alternative 1 and Alternative 2C are below that OFL of 6,239. The ABCs for 2027 and 2028 proposed under Alternative 2A and Alternative 2B exceed this OFL and thus lead to a probability of overfishing P star greater than 0.5. The SSC calculated the buffer and implied P star associated with each alternative, assuming a sigma of 0.5, which is the default for a Category 1 assessment, and that's provided in the first table that you see in the statement. If the council wanted to set the ABCs by specifying a risk tolerance policy, it could select ABCs associated with any of the following P star values. And there's a second table in the statement, which I am not going to read. Any of the ABCs from alternatives 1 or 2C, or those from the P star based values in the second table in the statement, would be consistent with the OFL resulting from the approach based on equilibrium, MSY, and past default practices around risk tolerance with P* less than or equal to 0.45. Ramp down approaches, which set the 2027 and 2028 ABCs to any value less than the OFL, would be consistent with an existing precedent for ad hoc phase-in control rules, for example, the yellowtail rockfish from March 2026, Agenda Item D6, Attachment 5. As stated in March 2026, the SSC emphasizes that its application of this approach to deriving the OFL is limited to this specific case. In particular, the SSC's discussion and recommendations would differ for a stock assessed or projected to be below the proxy BMSY reference point. More broadly, the SSC cautions that the frequent use of ad hoc harvest control rules would add workload and result in the use of harvest policies that have not been evaluated using management strategy evaluation for their ability to meet management objectives. And that concludes our statement.
Thank you. Any questions on the SSC report? And a question also, there is a short paragraph on page 3. Assuming that's still part of the report.
I have only SSC notes following that. That's supposed to be our notes. That appears to be, so in the copy I have, which has our notes, that part is part of our notes, and it looks like it floated its way into the statement.
All right, so we should ignore that. Thank you. Then with that clarification, questions on the Scientific and Statistical Committee report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you very much, Dr. Thompson, for the report. And I guess the sense I'm getting here is this is all new territory, and we're trying something because we're in a very difficult situation where the stock assessment doesn't seem to show what we're seeing on the water and doesn't reflect even what's the status of the stock. So I do appreciate that the SSC is looking at the risk. There's a statement that the SSC found the analysis doesn't explicitly address long-term risks and impacts. I guess that's in big part because we don't know what the harvest level will be in 2028. So how do we counter that risk? Will further analysis shed light on that? Maybe look at a set of options. But I'm just curious as to how we make sure we've got ourselves covered. And thank you for the work on this. I think everybody realizes it takes a little more effort to try something outside of the default. So thank you.
Thank you for your question, and I am going to let Aaron take it, assuming he's still online after our break.
Yeah, thanks, Galen, and thanks, everybody. My name is Aaron Berger. I'm with the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. I'm a stock assessment scientist. I am on the SSC and a newly appointed as the Groundfish Subcommittee co-chair. And so I'll try to answer questions today. Thanks for that question about the note that doesn't explicitly address long-term risk and impacts and how we go about doing that. I think one of the things that the SSC identified was the appropriate way to do that is to really do a management strategy evaluation that looks at, and includes the uncertainties and the in the assessment, as well as pairing that with alternative harvest control rules. So that is the answer, unfortunately, because MSCs take a long time and they're a lot of work. But that is the way to get at that question explicitly. In lieu of that, when we think of long-term, we often in our stock assessments refer back to the equilibrium reference points. And so those are the reference points in the tables in the assessment that we typically see. They're in the executive summary as well as in the regular assessment. So that is kind of the basis for judging long-term risk given the assessment without additional, usually quite lengthy projections that come through an MSE, a management strategy evaluation.
Thank you. Other questions? Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just recognizing that, as Jessie described in her situation summary, that we're looking at, we don't know exactly how near term, but a benchmark assessment in the not too far distant cycle, perhaps, for widow rockfish. Is correct? Am I interpreting your situational summary correctly about that?
Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Ms. Kiefer. So right now it is a possibility that the council will be taking final action on our 27 suite of stock assessments in June. However, so it's been identified as a potential option. However, there has been a lot of discussion, including by the SSC, and that came up during discussion where the assessment in 25 initially started as an update assessment, but it's grown to more closest to a benchmark. And so I think there is this debate of whether anything would change between 27 or 29. So I still think that question is a little up in the air and will be decided in June.
I guess where I'm going with this is, you know, if there were, and I recognize that perhaps it won't change a lot, but I recognize you have to kind of pull out the analysis, the stock assessment report or the team report, you know, has to show over a very long period of time because that's what you have to work with right now. But fundamentally, a future benchmark may or may not affect our knowledge enough that really all of that analysis becomes moot because now you've got a very different circumstances. Am I correctly interpreting that?
I believe you are, and I'm going to also have Aaron back me up.
Yeah, I think that is correct.
Thank you. Other questions? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Galen and Aaron. Aaron, when I hear your voice, I think of whiting. Those of us who track whiting, Aaron has been the lead assessor for whiting for a number of years. So I'm not trying to figure out which angle to come at my question here, but I'm looking at the effective P-star of 0.7 on the SSC's table for the 6239, and just think something is logically wrong with our system if we're calling that the risk of overfishing when we're above B40 and we have an alternative that produces more yield while above B40 is a P-star of 0.7, which makes it look like that something's wrong here. But try to get more to my question. Had we got this assessment result like 2 years ago, and so we had 4 years of approaching B40 instead of just these 2 years we're looking at. Like I'm wondering how different this would be, and I'm really wishing, you know, hindsight being 2020, that we did have a larger discussion about how to approach this when stocks are above B40%. So and Aaron, for the whiting for a number of years, you know, the decision table there is really been focusing on that probability of reaching B40, and you guys refer to ad hoc harvest control rules. This being an ad hoc approach, but that's what you all do in the whiting world every year. And ad hoc, I know it's not meant to be insulting, but it kind of comes off as insulting. But can you just, with a long way of asking, can you describe how the whiting decision table and the approach taken there, how that's, why this situation is different? Maybe this model isn't the same, more parameters are fixed, et cetera. Hopefully you get the gist of what I'm trying to ask, but can you just compare this situation to the one a lot of us are familiar with in thinking about with whiting?
Yes, thanks, Corey, for that question. Let's see. In terms of the ad hoc notion, yes, that does happen in whiting. I think the one thing I'll note there is that those ad hoc alternatives or discussions are always below and often well below the default harvest control rules. That's a little bit of a different situation. Actually, a lot different than we're currently in. So there's definitely some nuances there that make those not quite so comparable. And then I was trying to catch up on your implied P-star of 0.7, but being above B40. Could you just follow up on that for me so I make sure I get your question correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's since I threw a lot of thoughts in there, but like how to say that there's a risk of overfishing is 0.7 when the stock is above B40. It gets us, is it really overfishing if we go over our SPR rate by a little bit in 1 year? And I don't think it's clear to anyone, or it's probably clear to you all, but how SPR works when the stock's above target and how it decides to quote unquote spend that windfall, I don't think is clear. So you don't need to respond now. I think it's maybe a longer term question of that just doesn't seem logically consistent to say that we're the stock's above target and yet the P-star is 0.7, and the alternatives we're looking at seem to perform better on our metrics of providing sustained fishing participation, et cetera, than the default harvest control rule. So it was a comment on our default harvest control rule doesn't seem to be behaving as expected given the forecast from this assessment. And I don't that why you're pointing out that P-star is 0.7, and if there's a significance to that, yeah, maybe that's what I'd be asking, but it just seemed there's some things that need to be discussed over the longer term was the train of thought I was trying to get at.
Maybe I'll take a little bit of a stab. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to answer that fully, Corey, because there's a lot behind it. I think in general, when we're charged with setting an OFL to avoid overfishing, what we do is we go to the equilibrium reference points, because that's what we have that, substitute equilibrium for long-term. It's the same thing, right? So that's the long-term reference points that we're gauging against, and not necessarily short-term or medium-term projections that are deterministic. Because the point of the equilibrium reference points is that they take into account the population structure over the life of the assessed stock, as well as the nuances, in different cases in terms of, again, population structure or, in a certain amount of years, is the population younger than usual? Is it older than usual? Is it about average? The idea is they're at averages over all of those. Whereas the short-term ones take the case of today and put that forward. So fishery selectivity today, the recent recruitments, and then the population, the structure that comes from that, several years down the line. So that's a fundamental difference, I think. And so that's not necessarily getting at the implied P-star of 0.7, but I think it speaks to why the SSC specified the OFL at 6239, because that's based on an equilibrium B40 yield. And then the implied P-stars are kind of a calculation from that based on alternative catches relative to that value. So hopefully that helps a little bit, Corey. I'm not sure it asked or addressed all of your questions there, but maybe I'll stop at this point.
Yeah, no, thank you, Aaron. That was helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions on the SSC report? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Dr. Johnson and Dr. Berger. my question is a little bit more procedural. We've been looking at this for a while, so I'm just curious if you could refresh my memory at least about how many times the SSC has looked at the widow stock assessment and sort of what happened at each of those turns, just trying to get around sort of what has been the process this far and how the SSC has thought about this specific stock assessment.
I am going to turn this over to Dr. Berger, who is on the Groundfish Subcommittee and can speak to those meetings as well, although this also might have, some of our meetings may have predated when he joined the SSC. So.
Thanks, Gail. And let me, I think what I'll do is I'll put forward what I recall. And I heard that Jason is also in the room, and so I may request some additional help or clarifications there. So the SSC saw the widow stock assessment after the STAR panel in September of last year, and then the Groundfish Subcommittee had an additional meeting in October of last year to look at some alternative model runs and some specific comparisons. And of course, at that point, there was a significant part of the Groundfish Subcommittee that could not make that due to the lapse in appropriations. So then there was another planned Groundfish Subcommittee meeting that turned into an SSC meeting in January to review what was presented in October, as well as some additional model runs. And then in March, the SSC commented further on those and suggested the additional forecasts that were in the the April briefing book. And that brings us to today. So however many that is, 4 maybe looks, and I'll turn to Jason just to fill in any gaps or correct me if I missed something there on the timeline.
Thank you, Aaron. That is correct. The Groundfish Subcommittee also had some review time during August of the initial update assessment produced by the UW course. And that would be the one additional piece I would add to what Aaron provided.
Thank you. Further question? Jesse, did you want to add something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify just maybe a slight just clarification. I think Dr. Berger said that initially the widow rockfish assessment went through a STAR panel. It started as an update assessment, so it did not go through a STAR panel. It was reviewed by the Groundfish Subcommittee meeting in advance of the September meeting. So I just wanted to be clear on that fact.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thanks to the 3 of you who participated there. Next. Sorry, my computer has its own mind here. The Groundfish Management Team report, Whitney Roberts. Good morning, Whitney.
Good morning, members of the council. My name is Whitney Roberts. I'll be reading the Groundfish Management Team report on widow rockfish alternative harvest control rules. The GMT discussed attachments 1 and 2 in the briefing book under this agenda item and considered the SSC report in our deliberation. Given the SSC's recommended overfishing limit of 6,239 metric tons, the GMT recommends the council adopt the revised range of alternatives shown in Table 1 below and select Alternative 2D as the preliminary preferred alternative. As discussed further below, the GMT only recommends Alternative 2D as PPA if the at-sea set-aside and non-trawl allocation remain as status quo. Specifically, Specifically, we recommend removing alternatives 2A and 2B from the range of alternatives and adding alternative 2D, which would set the ACL at 1 metric ton lower than the SSC's recommended OFL. Alternatives 2A and 2B both have ACLs that would be higher than the SSC's recommended OFL. Under all alternatives, the widow rockfish IFQ allocation could be potentially exceeded due to deficit allowance, which is typically driven by large tows at the end of the fishing season. The IFQ model projects full attainment of the widow rockfish allocation in 2027-28 under any of the harvest control rule alternatives. It is worth noting that IFQ vessel accounts are required to cover any deficit with quota in the following year. Given that widow rockfish is a highly attained stock in the IFQ sector, the GMT discussed buffering the OFL to reduce the risk of exceedance, specifically what the buffer value should be and where to place it within the allocation scheme to maximize opportunity. The GMT discussed two options for maximizing fishing opportunity while minimizing risk to the OFL. If the non-trawl allocation and at-sea set-aside are lowered for the 2027-28 biennium to address low historical attainment in those sectors and allocate more fish to IFQ, a larger buffer between the OFL and ABC might be needed to prevent an OFL overage, which would reflect alternatives 1 and 2C, high IFQ in Table 2 below. Due to the combined risk of non-trawl expansion, at-sea, lightning strikes, and IFQ exceedance. On the other hand, if the allocations and set-asides are not changed, the buffer would be provided by the amount of allocation not attained in the at-sea and non-trawl sectors, which is projected to be around 360 to 420 metric tons, as you can see in Table 3 at the bottom of this report. Currently, the management options being considered are 1, action to lower the at-sea set-aside from 300 metric tons to 200 metric tons, and 2, action to lower the non-trawl allocation from 300 metric tons to 150 metric tons. These changes amount to 250 metric tons potentially being redistributed to the IFQ fishery. While the Council's action for allocation changes falls under the C7 agenda item at this meeting, the GMT considers them important to the decision for widow rockfish harvest control rules. For example, if the ACL was set 1 metric ton lower than the OFL and was paired with the allocation reductions, the risk of exceeding the OFL would be higher. The risk to the OFL under Alternative 2D would be lower if the Council adopted the status quo at-sea set-aside and non-trawl allocations in 2027 and 28, which, as our footnote points out, is technically true under all of the alternative harvest control rules, but the risk is more concerning under Alternative 2D. And this is because the probability that both amounts would be fully attained is low, effectively acting as a buffer to the ACL. Additionally, this approach addresses concerns about stifling growth in the non-trawl sector. Finally, as the GMT discusses in our C7 analysis, the widow rockfish harvest control rule decision is more impactful than the considered allocation and set-aside decisions in terms of mitigating the substantial harvest reductions expected in 2027-28. From the GMT's perspective, the central decision point is where to place the buffer. Selecting Alternative 2D to set the ACL 1 metric ton less than the OFL with ACL set equal to the ABC and maintaining status quo allocations as a de facto buffer provides more opportunity for all sectors compared to buffering the ABC from the OFL and reducing the at-sea set-aside and non-trawl allocation. Note in Table 2D that the IFQ allocation is higher under Alternative 2D. Note in Table 2 that the IFQ allocation is higher under Alternative 2D compared to Alternative 2C, even if Alternative 2C is paired with reductions to the at-sea set-aside and non-trawl allocation. In short, maintaining status quo allocations under Alternative 2D would replace the default buffer between the OFL and ABC, such that overall mortality across all sectors is not expected to exceed the OFL while providing more fishing opportunity compared to the other two alternatives. In reference to the risk of exceeding the OFL under Alternative 2D, it is worth noting that a very small portion of the IFQ fleet is realistically at risk of experiencing deficit in 2027-28. The reason for this is because fewer than 30 vessels target widow rockfish, and of those 30 vessels, an even smaller portion is expected to have a tow large enough to induce deficit. Additionally, IFQ vessels that are at risk of deficit are likely to alter their fishing behavior to be more risk-averse under lower allocations. Shoreside whiting vessels also catch widow rockfish as bycatch and are likely to hold on to their widow rockfish quota as insurance against large bycatch events, making it difficult for other vessels to acquire widow rockfish quota. As observed with canary rockfish, this will typically lead to lower than projected overall IFQ attainment. With robust in-season tracking of all trawl sectors and a less than 40% probability of reaching or exceeding the at-sea set-aside in 2027-28 per Table 12.8 in the supplement in the Attachment 2 of C7, The trawl allocation may not necessarily be exceeded despite high widow rockfish attainment in recent years. Even so, the GMT advises the council to consider buffering the OFL under Alternative 2D as described above to lower the risk of overfishing. See Table 3 for the 2027-28 GMT projections of widow rockfish total mortality. And there are a few footnotes in that table that explain where those projections come from and the methods. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions on the Groundfish Management Team report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Robertson. Thanks to the GMT for doing this really useful look at the whole picture. And I was struck by the fact that the GMT says really the central decision point is where we're going to put the buffer, right? And the decision then was to just take 1 metric ton as a buffer, but keep in the full level of the set aside as a buffer that gives equal opportunity. So interesting. I'm just wondering, I think I understand why you came up with that, but the 1 metric ton, and I'm going to show my naivete here, how does that compare to, because you mentioned also that there's only about 30 boats. If one of those boats had what we call a lightning strike, would that be more than a metric ton? I'm sorry to show my ignorance. I need to go fishing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lent, through the chair for the question. Yes, I would expect you could end up with more than 1 metric ton of deficit in the IFQ fishery. But as the report notes, that is covered in the following year. But also, as you point out, the total amount that we would expect under-attained in those other sectors is certainly more than 1 metric ton. So total mortality across all sectors is not likely to reach the OFL if you were to keep those buffers in the other sectors. I hope that answers the question.
Any other questions? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thanks, Whitney. I guess hearing your thoughts about widow kind of made me think of canary rockfish in the team. I think and apologies if I'm getting this wrong, recommended, going to a P-star 0.45 for canary, not necessarily because our risk of overfishing has really changed, but it's more because if attainment's going to be 60%, then really does P-star even matter? And your effective, it's the actual catch that comes out of the water versus what we have to think about in this complex system we have. So it seems like that's a variation on you're saying for widow, but maybe it's a little bit, attainment's higher than canary, but so we should be thinking about these things, actual catch versus the numbers we put on paper. So am I getting that right? Is connection right there?
Through the chair, yes. Thank you, Mr. Niles, for the question. I think you're correct, and that's how we're thinking. And that's why I consider our report as an attempt to outline the trade-offs and so that the council can make a risk policy call in the sense of if you do want that buffer to protect against overfishing, this is a path forward for that. If knowing what we know about potential attainment changes in the IFQ fishery under lower allocations and whether behavior changes, knowing there's a lot of uncertainty there, and it is a high attaining stock, then, yes, you would want to think about actual catches compared to the OFL. So I hope that's a longer way of saying yes. I think you're thinking about it the same way we are.
Thank you. Lynn Manis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Roberts and the team for the report. This may be splitting hairs just a little bit, but you talk about how we do with the changes with the at-sea and the non-trawl set aside. It seems to be an all or one. Did the team discuss maybe doing one or the other and what that might provide, or do you have any thoughts on that? It's 150 metric tons, but that could make a little bit of a difference.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Mattis, for the question. It's a good question. We did have some discussion recognizing that the C7 agenda item is still being developed and we're still working on those decisions. There's a lot of interplay between a lot of the widow decisions. So we did get that ball rolling and trying to think about those allocation decisions. I will say the GMT's perspective is that if you were to consider one of those two management things options to lower, the preference would be the non-trawl allocation, given that there has been lower attainment of the non-trawl allocation. We estimated about a fifth of the allocation. There's opportunity for growth, and if a few new entrants to the commercial non-trawl sector started targeting widow, we could see an increase in that attainment. There's also more catch being experienced by the recreational sectors. So a lot of the discussion centered on the uncertainty and where attainment will head in 2027 and 28. But with at-sea, of course, it's a bit more variable. They have caught 476 metric tons in 2017, I believe. It's generally been lower than 200, but it can be extremely variable and unpredictable. And I think, as we point out, I think in here, maybe if not, then I'll just say that the risk of exceeding the at-sea set-aside is no more than 40%. So the risk is not that high, but it's harder to predict where that at-sea mortality will end up in 2027, 28. So if we were, but I'll also add those discussions that we're having under C7 are difficult for all parties involved. And I'm sure the GAP would speak to this. And it's more than just a considering a buffer. It is about also who needs the fish and where the opportunities should go.
Other questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Whitney.
Thank you.
Next, we have a Groundfish Advisory Subpanel Report. Mr. Jeff Lackey. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Lackey. I'll be reading from Agenda C3A, Supplemental Gap Report 1 on Widow Rockfish Alternative Harvest Control Rules, PPA. The GAP recommends to the Council to refine the range of action alternatives for widow rockfish harvest control rules as follows, listed in order from lowest to highest annual catch limit, including our PPA. First, Alternative 2, Sub-Option D, new option based on the SSC overfishing limit -1 for an ACL of 6,238 metric ton. Secondly, Alternative 2, Sub-Option B, the 20% ramp down, the GAP recommended PPA, ACL of 6,720 metric ton. The harvest control rules resulting from these alternatives are shown and compared in Table 1 below. And you can see the three alternatives, the default, the one based off the SSC OFL -1, that's 2D, and then the third column, Alternative 2B, the 20% ramp down, the GAP PPA. As described in Agenda Item C3A, SSC report, the SSC is recommending an alternative OFL of 6,239 metric ton, equal to the yield corresponding to B40. This means that the only ACL alternatives in the existing range that would fall under the SSC's OFL are no action and Alternative 2C. Therefore, the GAP recommends adding a new alternative that would set the ABC and ACL at 6,238 metric ton, just under the SSC's OFL of 6,239 metric ton. In addition, the GAP recommends that the Council keep Alternative 2B in the range and identify it as the PPA, and request that the SSC take another look at their OFL recommendation for the following reasons. The Council's adopted problem statement specified that the harvest control rule policy should continue to prevent overfishing and keep the long-term average stock status at or above target biomass, while moderating socioeconomic disruption to the fishing fleet, processing landscape, and coastal communities. Appendix A of Attachment 1 shows that all of the alternatives adopted by the Council in March keep the fraction unfished above 40% in the long term by 2036. Only alternative 2A, which the GAP is not recommended even though we believe the population can support this harvest and will provide significantly more opportunity to the fleet and coastal communities, drops below 40% fraction unfished over the time series for 3 years, 2028 through 2030. The GAP's PPA of alternative 2B only drops to 0.397 in 2029, which rounds to 0.40. Note that these projections assume 100% attainment of the ACL and use of the default harvest control rule starting in 2029 and beyond based on the current stock assessment. The probability of dropping below B40, the management target, or B25, the overfishing level, in 2029 is strikingly similar when comparing the no action alternative to the alternatives 2B or 2C as summarized in Table 2B below. The probabilities for alternative 2D would likely be between 2B and 2C, given the ACL proposed is between the two alternatives. And there's the table there. The GAP fishermen and fishery stakeholders want access to healthy stocks for the long term and would not support an alternative harvest control rule without weighing the risk and trade-offs. Fishing participants have recently advocated to set ACLs lower than default harvest control rule for Pacific whiting, sablefish, rough-eye black-spotted rockfish, and chili pepper. For all of the reasons previously stated in the November 2025 GAP report, including that fishing is only occurring on a portion of the widow rockfish range. We think that the risk of overfishing under any of the alternatives is extremely low. The impact of this decision is critical to the West Coast fishing communities and all sectors of the groundfish fishery, which are still recovering from 10 overfish declarations in the early 2000s. As described in our March statement, many businesses never came back, and those declarations decimated infrastructure and processing capacity for commercial fishing and processing, particularly in California. Now we are missing years of fishery-dependent data for widow rockfish and other species from areas that would have gone into stock assessments. Most participants in the council process agree that we need more information and data collection to accurately estimate widow rockfish. But in the meantime, it's the fishing participants and fishing communities that will suffer the consequences. Figure 1 provided by the Groundfish management team demonstrates that a significant cut is coming no matter the option chosen. There are vast portions of the coast that have widow congregations that are unfished or very lightly fished. Based on these 2 points, the GAP does not see a biological concern and seeks to mitigate as much as possible the loss to markets, processors, vessels, and communities. History shows that the market and infrastructure muscle memory can be difficult to regain once lost. And there's the figure there. If the council were to select an alternative with a small buffer between OFL and ABC, such as alternative 2D, the GAP believes the risk of exceeding the OFL is low. The fishery harvest guideline is currently allocated 300 metric ton to non-trawl and remainder to trawl. Note the considerations to the allocations will occur under agenda item C7. Trawl comprises the largest portion of the widow allocation, and the risk of exceeding the trawl allocation, that is, the combined ETSD, set-aside, and IFQ allocations, is very low. Low allocations usually cause participants to hold on to their quota for incidental catch insurance, i.e. holding widow rockfish quota pounds for incidental catch in the whiting fishery, or trading power, i.e. quota pounds of valuable species like petrale sole. Widow rockfish are often more powerful than money in terms of trading for other needed species. So it is unlikely the sector as a whole would achieve 100% of the IFQ allocation. All trawl sectors have immediate catch reporting, so in-season updates would be very timely and accurate. Approximately 15 IFQ vessels targeted midwater rockfish in 2025. The at-sea sectors have a corporate manager, monitoring service, and a suite of mitigation measures, including hotspot closures and enhanced communication protocols. This agenda item underscores the importance of the council taking up the risk management framework and the urgency of additional research efforts for rockfish species like widow, which are difficult to accurately assess with the bottom trawl survey. The GAP appreciates efforts to explore tools such as eDNA, fishery catch per unit effort indices, spatial-based data, communication between fishermen and scientists to provide more context to data, and confirmation of past recruitment indices. These tools could inform future assessments with the hope that a better understanding of the stock would provide more confidence and stability over time. And that concludes the report.
Thank you. Questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jeff, for the report. Just a question regarding schedules and timing. Was the GAP able to talk with the SSC about this new PPA number that you put forward, or was that just come up after the SSC had broke? I'm just curious if there was any communication between the two of you.
No, there was not. And it was mainly, I'm trying to figure out how to say this, don't want to close the door. That there was some ebb and flow during the SSC meeting, and we didn't want to close the door that there could be further information or thoughts between now and June.
Other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Jeff. My question is actually building on that as well. In the report, it talks requesting that the SSA take another look at that OFL recommendation. And I heard you just say, close the door, don't want to do that. Can you talk a little bit more about, we also heard that the SSC has met multiple times to look over this, essentially upgraded. We heard Mrs. Waller talk about it was update, now it's sort of a benchmark and that sort of thing. Anyway, I'd like to know what the GAP discussed in terms of what you think would be different, or what you would tell the SSC, or like why you think an additional meeting might be helpful.
I don't have the specific information that would be the silver bullet. The SSC explained their rationale, and it's not in the report, but the discussion in the GAP was, we understand it would be a very difficult hill to climb. That SSC has given their rationale, and that they have they see it as a scientific basis for establishing the OFL. And so we understand that, but we also know that during the meeting there was ebb and flow in their conversations to arrive at that. At one point, it seemed like, just in listening to the meeting, that it looked like 6720 would be certainly very well within the range. It was talked about staying above B40 and only dropping to 0.397. The GAP felt like it was within sort of the spirit and the intent of the MSA, maybe the FMP, but there's different ways of looking at things. And so that's the best I got.
Any other questions? Corey Niles, then Rebecca Lynn.
Thanks, Jeff. I think the answer is implied in what you say, but in terms of the IFQ and midwater directed widow fishing, you're not anticipating any major behavior changes under these lower ACLs? Do you expect the fishery to happen as it has, but just smaller scale, or can you just elaborate on your thoughts there?
I think so, as far as what we could expect in the fishery. And I've also learned to not predict the future with any amount of certainty, because sometimes we can be surprised. But what I do know about the way the fisheries execute, and I can speak to the trawl portion, we have like 24-hour feedback on our catch. And so, and there was a discussion of, could there be a lightning strike? And that will be in the whiting fishery. At the end of the year is usually when the cleanup happens with the quota that people have been holding back for the whiting fishery, as that's winding down in October. Then there's directed widow catch. And so at that time, you have a very good handle on exactly how much quota is left, how much catch there was in the mothership or in the at sea fisheries. And so we have a very good handle on where we're at in the catch. And so that'll be executed with people staying within that, within their limits. And if we know that if there is, if we'll know at that time if there was high catch in the at sea. It's been pretty low the past couple of years. But let's say there's a surprise and there's more. We'll know exactly what that number is, and we'll know exactly how much we have left. And all the participants, we know each other. We can make sure that we don't exceed the trawl allocation because we're cleaning up widow in a targeted way at the end of the year.
Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jeff, for the report from the GAP and the work that's being done there. And I recall from everything you taught me when I was in Newport that this is one of your biggest problems, is making sure you have enough quota to go fishing, even if it's not your target species. So I really appreciate the efforts being made to find a creative way to get more catch out of this. And you mentioned at the end, it'd be nice to have more information for improving the stock assessment. And that's great. I'm actually interested in the remarks made by the GAP about the quota market, which is underneath a paragraph underneath figure 1, where we talk about low allocations cause participants to hold on to their quota for catch insurance and trading power. Good to know that holding quota shares is more powerful than money in terms of your trading. If under whatever scenario you select, and even in I guess in a year where you're getting close to the limit, given all this communication among the vessels, is it likely that people will finally let go of this quota? I know some holders need to keep it to go fishing. Some people holding these quota shares might not be active in the fishery. But is that market going to soften up and liquefy and come on out with some sales for people who need the quota shares so that you can get your fish caught? Thank you.
The whiting vessels hold incidental catch species through the season. And once you get to September and October, they know that most of the whiting's caught. And then it can be more, the quota market is more liquid at that point. But during the first part of the year and the early part of the whiting season, everybody holds on to the incidental catch species. And with the lower widow quotas, would anticipate that there might be people holding on a little tighter because you have a little bit less. The people who are allocated more, it's not as big a problem. But so from a macro level, it may not be thought of as much of a problem, but there may be some vessels that don't have as much. And from an individual level, there may be some that are holding on to it more than others.
Thank you for that, Jeff. And then I imagine the prices, as the market gets tighter, the prices are going up. And do you happen to know what is the share of that quota that's held by quota holders that are not actively fishing? Just curious. Thanks.
I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I kind of have an idea. You get an idea of who's doing what, who's trading to fish in other species, who is only leasing. You get to know. I'd have to try to think about that to say what shares or what ratio. Yeah.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Jeff. That completes the reports. There is no public comment signed up, so that takes us to our council tasks, which is, if possible, refining the range of alternatives. Got quite a range. And adopt a preliminary harvest specifications, PPA. So who wants to start the discussion on this agenda item? everybody organizes their thoughts. Corey Niles.
If everyone's quiet, I just maybe just some initial thoughts. First of all, I want to thank everybody, including the stat team with Ian, Taylor, and Vlada, and the Science Center for all the extra effort they put into this. And it is, as we've noted, an important situation. One of the bright spots of the non-whiting IFQ program, and it's going to be a major hit to the industry as the gap reminded us. The economics doesn't just bounce back. There was a lot of loss during the rebuilding years, and I think it's we are very careful about conservation here, but are we as careful about the economic side of things is a question that's been in the back of my mind for a long time now. So, and we did ask the SSC to think differently, and I think we're all still kind of digesting what they are advising us now. Listening to the discussion on Friday, it seemed a little bit different than when they ended up on Monday. But really appreciate all again all the extra time and thought that went into it. And again, we would not have asked for that additional work if this wasn't needed. But yeah, and really appreciate the gap in the GMT helping us think about risk in a fuller way than I think we typically do. And we don't have to do it for every stock because most of our stocks, we don't even get close to the ACL, but this is one where it actually does matter. And it's nice to see some progress in directly taking on that. And you could see that in the GAP's thoughts and the GMT's thoughts about, hey, maybe we should think about actual catch, not just the numbers we have on paper. And I think we're going to be talking about that for Canary Rockfish, very similar situation. And I'll wrap it up here, just the opening thoughts. But we're talking about we had 90% attainment of widow in 2025. If we had 67.20 as our mark and we got 90% attainment again, we're talking like about 6,000 metric tons of actual catch coming out of the water. So I think we're gonna, like the gap, I'll echo what the gap said about getting to that risk management or whatever we're calling it discussion, which now is shaded for November. I think that's going to be important for us to have. And I do think we've made some progress here, and there's still a lot of questions outstanding, but and that we hope we get to. But yeah, very much appreciating and all the thought put into this.
Thanks, Corey. And as you said, there's a lot of information to process. Let's take a 5-minute break. And I think people need that to think through some of this and prepare any potential motions. So 5 minutes. All right, if you didn't notice, the music stopped. Time to find your chairs again. All right, we left off, we had initiated our discussion. Look around and see what further discussion there is. Motions, guidance. Whoever wants to kick things off here. It's like Brad Pettinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hessler. You know, the widow fishery we've had here for the last 10 years, and I think that I don't think anybody in this room would have possibly imagined we would have caught 200 million pounds of widow rockfish over the previous 9 years. I remember, I think it might have been Dave Jinks. I think this is, we're probably never going to have a directed fishery again. This is pre-2015 assessment. And I just it'd be interesting to look back, I think, at what the B40 target level would have been in 2015 and where we're at today. Because I think there's a lesson to be learned here. We've only fished half the coast, in essence. And I am heartened to see that we're going to have a Widow Rock workshop here coming up, I think, later this spring. I think we ought to do everything we possibly can to keep this fishery going. We need stability in fisheries. It's one thing that's kind of really decimated, I think, the processing sector, which decimates the ports and fisheries and fishermen. And so I think we ought to do as much as we can within the constraints we have. And so I think should be lessons to be learned here. I think the worldview of widow should be very different today than it was 10 years ago. And I think I'd be interesting to talk with folks here later on this year, even just about what that might entail. I think we need to understand that our worldview of widow rockfish should be very different today than it was a decade ago. And so I'm looking forward to hearing our motion. I believe it's going to be coming up here and support that, but I'll stop there.
Thank you. Asia Shumlo.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. First, I want to echo Corey's thanks to the assessors and the SSC, and then also to industry that showed up a lot during this process and offered their feedback and thoughts about how this is all playing out for them. There was a lot of engagement across a lot of groups, all to think about this really tricky issue. There was extra time that was spent here on this, and I think it was really necessary and really important. And I agree with the GAP's call to pull this forward into the discussion on risk management later on when we get to it. I see all of this as symptoms of the same thing. Corey mentioned this coming up in Canary as well. I think there's something really wrong that, we're getting to this point where I think we're tinkering in the wrong things and not stepping back and recognizing that that there's some issue in the system when we're really figuring out how to move around these small bits of fish and fighting across them or about them across each other rather than trying to spend all of that time and effort supporting the fleet. So I hope when the motion comes forward, I hope it does include some discussion of keeping the GAP's alternatives the way that they describe them in the range. And then again, I really want to, I think there's a call to, go back to the SSC to have them think a little bit more about this in another form, but I don't think that that's the right place to spend our energy. I think that we should be moving forward and shifting energy into looking at the couple of really stark cases that we've had lately, Canary, Widow, what happened with Quillback, all as part of something in the system that isn't quite working for everyone. So I don't, I don't want to, I'm really looking forward to the motion. I don't want to spend more time there, but really wanted to comment that I hope people are considering this as something systemic, that something is off with how we've set up the system, that we keep running into the problem in different ways again. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Aisha. Okay. Hearing rumors of a motion, what other discussion is there? Jamie Dimond.
When it's time, I do have a motion, so I don't want to stop discussion, but.
Discussion is part of the motion, so please go ahead.
Okay. I move the council remove alternatives 2A and 2C from the range of alternatives and move the following forward for further consideration. Alternative 2B and add alternative 2D to the range as described in agenda item C3A supplemental gap report 1. Also, alternative 2 as described in agenda item C7 attachment 2 CAD document should be removed from the range of alternatives.
I followed along. The language on the screen appears accurate and complete. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Rebecca Lynn. Please speak to your motion.
Listening to the different reports and having this have gone on as much as it has, I believe we have to. I believe our hope and our intent is to do the most we can for our fishermen, and I believe that's what we're trying to do. I'm trying to do with this motion. I recognize that alternative 2B is not below the SSC's OFL, and what I am asking is for the director and staff to work with GC to understand if 2B is viable, recognizing some differences in opinion between MSA interpretation and the tech memo. And then also cleaning up alternative 2 from further out.
Thank you. Are there any questions or clarification regarding the motion? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jamie, for the motion here. I just want to get a little bit more clarification. When you say seeking some guidance from GC, are you also, or is the intent of this to have SSC re-review this as well?
Procedurally.
Excuse me, Executive Director Burden. Maybe on the procedural stuff you can weigh in.
Yeah, happy to try to help. So the way that I read this motion is that I think it's 2B is higher than the SSC's recommended OFL. And so the Magnuson Act says that the SSC is empowered to make that decision. And so there's some rationale that they used to come to that conclusion, which is contained in a tech memo. And there's some, but the way I understand Ms. Diamond's motion is that there's some difference of opinion about whether that should be the basis or whether there's still some discussion about how to interpret the statute that should be the basis. And so if this goes forward based on what Ms. Diamond said, I think there's a conversation that we would have with GC about has the SSC been given appropriate guidance about how to make their determination? The answer could be yes, at which point 2B probably goes away. But that's how I would proceed procedurally.
Other questions for clarification? Corey Ridings.
Thanks. Yeah, my question is just regarding to 2D. Ms. Diane, you note sort of described in the GAP report, and I'm not a quick enough reader to quickly cross-reference the GAP report back to, I believe, the GMT report where that concept is also brought up. Is that the same concept, or is that what you're intending? Just maybe you could speak to that a little bit more.
Thank you, Ms. Ridings, through the chair for the question. Yes, they are the same, 2D. They worked on that pretty extensively, I believe, together to come up with that. I just put it as by the gap, but not to exclude the GMT's work.
Other questions for clarification? Keely Kent.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie, for the motion. Could you explain a little further sort of your thinking about dropping 2C from the range and just sort of what informed you on setting that up as part of the motion?
It was, let's see here. More so that it was not recommended moving forward and just trying to put our energy into what is being recommended as what worked for industry and what we could try and work to move forward.
Okay. Further questions, Corey Ridings.
Thanks. This is probably clarifying, but looking again, can you just quickly describe the C7 attachment to the CAD document? Can you quickly describe that for us and just why it should be removed? It may be obvious, but I'm missing it.
If you give me a minute, I'll pull it back up. I accidentally closed out the tab. Or, oh, Jesse, sorry, through the chair.
Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so this comes back to, as I described in my SITSM in the overview, in November, because we didn't have a final widow assessment, we didn't have numbers to work off of. And so the council gave guidance to use a bookend range. And so alternative 2 that's in the CAD was based on the 2023 catch-only update. So it resulted in ACLs that were like 9,000 plus metric tons because we wanted to make sure, like, at the end of the day, we had a wide range of bookends. But because that's not, we have the assessment now, we have this narrow range of alternatives that we want to take that out of the GMT, continuing to not work on a not viable alternative. And so that's just cleaning that out of the range of alternatives for future analysis.
And just to, it's like a 300-page document, so it's taking a minute to pull up. But if you look, it's not only in table 7.5, but if you pull up table 7.5, it's identified there, and that's in multiple places.
Okay. Keely Kent.
It's Jamie, sorry, another question, and I apologize if I'm just not tracking across the reports enough, but does your motion pick up the GMT's recommendations for the ABC under alternative 2B? I didn't track whether that was the same in the gap report as the GMT. And I think the ABC part of it is something still we need more SSC input on for June. And so I want to sort of make sure I understand what we're asking the SSC to look at as well in June.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. And I'm just double checking my work. I believe they were the same across. Just making sure I'm not misstepping here. And the question was for which alternative? 2D?
2B.
2B. Okay. So 2B. GMT doesn't have 2B. GMT has 2C and 2D.
Apologies. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Sharon Kiefer.
Just to help me out with the acronym, so I'm looking at agenda item C7, attachment 2. It has a specific title, which is not CAD document. So what does CAD stand for?
Jesse, can you answer that?
I would love to help Ms. Diamond out. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's the council analytical document. It is what you will commonly hear the GMT and the GAP refer to that. So, but yes, it has a much longer official title, but that is, we know what that is. And so, yes, that's what it stands for.
Thank you.
Any other questions for clarification? Discussion on the motion? Keely Kemp, then Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, apologies for all the questions, just trying to get all the pieces appropriately, although I should always remember that our management team and our advisory body have been doing an excellent job of tracking each other. So I should rely upon that they've done a lot of that pre-work. I wanted to just sort of speak to on this motion, and I think it also tacks back to some of Asia's earlier comments that my expectation between April and June, part of it is also that I felt like there was more information from the SSC that would be helpful in explaining kind of where they ended up. And so when the SSC looked at the NS1 technical tech memo guidance, my understanding is they had a longer discussion than what is captured in the report. And I think there's sort of a missing piece of information of how they were interpreting that technical guidance and applying it. I think it gets at sort of what you were suggesting, Jamie. So hopefully that's sort of in line as that conversation unfortunately happened sort of out of the order that a lot of us were expecting. So a lot of us missed it. And I think we would really benefit from more conversation and understanding about that, because it has become a critical decision point for them and sort of how they're recommending this to us. So I'm supportive of that and hopeful that the SSC can help us with that. I think that gets at what, Jamie, you were suggesting, what Merrick was saying was sort of procedurally how we could look at that. I think that understanding how they're using that NS1 technical guidance is appropriate. I think as this council knows, right, at the end of the day, the council cannot set a harvest level above the ABC that the SSC set, which is set below the OFL, right? So I think, you know, everyone is aware of sort of those guardrails, but it is appropriate to ask for more information and look at this again going into June. So wanted to sort of lay that out there, and then, you know, I'm happy to help, as I'm sure GC is as well, with that conversation as requested to make sure the SSC has what they need to as we potentially look at this again for June.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Diamond, for crafting the motion and working on it. I'm supportive of this. It does help narrow the range, which is something the GMT requested. And it does give us and everybody involved some additional time to look into things. As the reports were being read and after discussion and delegation this morning, something that we used to talk about in the GMT is what is the cost of being wrong? And normally we kind of think of that, or at least I was thinking of that as cost of being wrong to the stock. But we also have the cost of being wrong to our fishing fleet and our fishing communities. And I appreciate the hard work everybody has been doing the extra meetings to try to find the balance of where the cost to the fleet or to our industry and the stock is sort of trade-offs and balances there. And I think we're getting close to that. So I'm like I said, I'm supportive of this going forward. I'm starting to see fresh Oregon rockfish fillets in my local grocery stores over the last couple of years, and I think a lot of that is probably widow. So looking at this range for the next couple of years, knowing that we're likely going to put widow rockfish assessment in 2027, the cost of being wrong in the next 2 years for both sides seems to be neutralized, seems to be somewhat balanced in this motion. So, thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion, Corey Ridings?
This is actually a question for Ms. Kent based on what she just said. Just trying to understand and make sure I understand correctly. I heard that there was a feeling on the behalf of NIMS that the SSC sort of documentation or rationale around their report hadn't fully captured the discussion that they had. And I think there was some reference to maybe multiple meeting dates or different agenda items. I wasn't able to attend those meetings either. And that sort of the way that they were talking about the NIMS technical guidance and the decision they came to sort of wasn't well enough documented. Am I understanding that correctly?
Thanks, Ms. Ridings. Yes, and it's from the perspective of trying to understand how they're interpreting and applying that. What I have since heard is that they've had a detailed discussion, right? There's a lot of nuance in what they were pulling from the NS1 technical guidance as a technical way to develop an overfishing limit. There were some questions, the memo talks about whether or not steepness is estimated within the model or not. My understanding is they had a robust discussion when I look at that report, trying to understand sort of what that conversation looked like. I don't feel like that is all captured there. So at least part of what I am hoping the SSC comes to us back in June is more documentation of that discussion. I think we're in a situation, right, where they have been working really hard to do what we've asked them to do, which is to look at how do you develop an alternative overfishing limit. I've heard most of the conversations they've had. It's really challenging, right? And I think they've really done the hard work of trying to look at how could you do this differently, and ultimately have been searching for, some opportunity to find a scientifically approved approach. That's why the NS1 Tech Memo is useful. But in the report we have right now, I feel like there could be more detail provided for the council to help understand how they arrived at this recommendation. This is new and different what we're doing. I think it's useful to have a robust record on exactly what the SSC's discussion was. And so hopefully that's clear that I don't think it's necessarily having to redo the discussion, though I think others have asked for, let's get some more, but at least from my perspective, I want to better understand what they talked about, because I don't think it's really fully captured in the written report.
Thanks, that's really helpful. My follow-up question is just kind of building to a larger issue, which I see surrounds this entire thing, which is the number of stocks that we manage, the nature of a mixed stock fishery, and simply the amount of resources and time that we can devote, even when a stock is economically or socially important, which I agree with the Corey to my left and what he said earlier about that there are times when we do look deeper and we think about the economics. What my issue is how are we going to do this for future stocks and future species, and capacity issues with the council and with NIMS in particular. So my question is, what this level of scrutiny is really high that may be warranted. Is this level of scrutiny of sort of SSC statements and their ability to document their decisions, all OFLs matter, is that different than the documentation that you've seen in the past, and in terms of, especially in context of being a regulator? Like, how is that documentation stacking up to past SSC documents and discussions around OFL determinations?
Keely.
Thanks for the question, Corey. I think it's a good one. I think, although there are certainly people around the table that have been in the groundfish longer than I have, but I haven't seen development of an alternative OFL. So I do think that part is different, right? Where we are looking at a new realm. Certainly we've had situations and conversations about ad hoc ABC control rules, right? But that's a different conversation. We've talked about alternative approaches to setting ACLs. And so I'm hard pressed to sort of compare those, because this whole time, it has felt different to think about an alternative overfishing limit. I don't know, at least in my tenure in Groundfish, that we've done that before. And so, and perhaps I should have also said in my previous answer, I'm not expecting a thesis from the SSC, right? I think it's a little bit more written, and maybe that's sort of useful in framing what I'm thinking about is, I do think they have written more in some of their notes, and they discussed how much to put in the written record and ultimately kept it lighter. And so hopefully it's not a big lift to pull that in, but I think this situation is unique and it deserves a little more explanation for us how they're applying the NS1 tech guidance. So not intending to sort of set a new precedent about the level of input, but I do think this situation is one we haven't encountered before. I think the questions you raise about sort of the overall looks at this is a good one. I think the council has considered that, right? And I think the piece that I come back to on this as well is we have a lot of tools in the toolkit when we have space under an OFL, right? Like we've looked at ad hoc ABC control rules. We've looked at how can this council use its authority over ACLs to try to address issues. It is a much different scenario when you don't have any room for movement to consider things. And so I think in those scenarios, right, we have an opportunity to look at what is scientifically justifiable. But again, like I said in my earlier remarks, at the end of the day, we need to stay within what the SSC recommends for an OFL and ABC. So they're doing the hard work. We've asked them to really look at the options, but at the end of the day, we will do what they tell us is appropriate to do. And so that, I think, also leaves that backstop in place that this council is well used to and is important for our fishery management system.
Thank you. Executive Director Burden, and then Asia Shumalo has her raised hand. So, Executive Director.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a really good discussion. I would just say, well, first, procedurally, we have a motion on the floor. We should be focused on the motion and discussing the motion. But in the interest of, I think, helping us process what we're doing, I do feel, I guess, compelled to weigh in on Ms. Writing's question or point, rather. I would say that what we're grappling with is essentially we're asking ourselves, are the current harvest policies something that we like? And on the year at a glance, we've been talking about a risk management agenda item, or risk management as part of your harvest policy. And so what I would encourage us to think about is we're really grappling with the details of our harvest policy in the context of widow rockfish, and how much latitude we can take in buffering declines and catch specifications. But the bigger picture discussion, I think, is part of that risk management agenda item, and asking ourselves if our groundfish harvest policy is something that we still like. And so I'm looking forward to that conversation, and this is a bit of a trial run, and maybe that helps with the thought process.
Thank you. Asia Shumalo.
Thank you, Chair Hassner. And now that Merrick has commented, I don't need to say as much. I agree with the way he just characterized it too. And what I was trying to say earlier is that, again, we have all these examples recently of times when our process and our harvest policies haven't really served us in the right way. And so I think, I guess to go back to what I was saying earlier and the SSC putting more time and effort into it, I agree with what Keely said about documenting this process further. And then I'm hoping that we can look back at some of the recent times where the harvest policy has been challenging for us for catch setting, and then try to use those examples as ways to reset or reframe things so that we don't run into the level of analysis and trouble that we've had with some of the trickier stocks recently. I think we can learn a lot from what we've been through. And then I think some of these things have happened around the country. So like, I don't think that we have to reinvent the wheel every time we run into trouble, but we should be less flat-footed in dealing with that trouble when it comes up, if we can step back and plan ahead of time and rethink how we've structured the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Other discussion? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks. thank you, Jamie, for putting this together. I'm reading these words and wondering if we do these motions the best, like who would read this and know what the bigger policy questions are that we're discussing. But so thank you for taking these and comparing GMT and GAP. But so many thoughts. I'll try to keep it short. But I think Keely used the word nuanced, and I think that's really what a lot of people missed what the SSC, the first half of their discussion on Monday, and I've had the opportunity to ask them, like, I don't understand what you people are telling me. Can you explain it again? So I've had, I think I understand their explanation. I don't think I can articulate it, but as a number of people said, this is the SSC's role. To tell us how to prevent, the statute itself does not say OFL. It says to prevent overfishing. I think that there are bigger questions we'll get to in the risk management. But yeah, I think understanding the rationale is perfectly reasonable, and I don't know how to say it, but yeah, I see what the gap in my mind wants to say of, like, if we look at these forecasts, is being at B39.7 really that worrisome, especially when we're not going to take the full ACL? So part of the SSC's explanation is, like, we can't really believe those forecasts with much certainty. Again, I'll just go back to the word. It's nuanced, and a lot of us have been doing this a long time and still don't understand those nuances. So to ask for a little more explanation, I think is perfectly reasonable. And the way that Eric, Asia, and Keely and others have described the path forward I think is a very reasonable way to go. And again, And I do. Lynn said it really well about the cost of being wrong. It's not just to the stock. It's to the fishing industry and our fishing communities. And that balance is something over time I've wondered if we got it right, and if we're really have we factored national standard 8 into any of this? And my immediate thought is we haven't yet. But those discussions are to come. And I'll stop there. And yeah, thanks again, Jamie, and to the GAP, GMT, SSC, everybody for this collective effort and finding a way through this.
Thank you. Further discussion? Caroline McKnight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, I don't want to be too repetitive because I agree with essentially a lot of what I've heard around the table. And thank you, Mr. Burden, for your remarks, because I was sitting here thinking that what I'm most grateful about this motion and the work from the GAP and the additional looking from the SSC is that we're adapting, and we're adapting to unique circumstances. And it's not lost on me that anywhere from a 44 to 57% drop in an ACL from year to year is incredibly hard to overcome. And so when we're looking now at two numbers that are essentially somewhere in the neighborhood of 482 metric tons difference, I think that's worth additional looking. That's worth additional exploration from GC. And thank you, Ms. Kent, for your explanation of what the procedure will be from here. That gives me a lot of comfort that there isn't any reason right now to shut the door. So thank you to everyone for the hard work, and I look forward to where we go with this. Thank you.
Other discussion? Corey Ridings.
Thanks. I'm just going to share some thoughts that I'm having because I'm really struggling with this. I very much appreciate Ms. Diamond bringing this forward and the work that all of our advisory bodies have done. This was clearly a lot of thought, and that's just greatly appreciated. I have fundamental heartburn about asking the SSC to review something for the fourth time. I struggle with what we are trying to find. I appreciated Jeff Lackey's response to me when I asked him a question about what the GAP thinks they're going to find, and I understand why they're asking. And I still don't see what we expect to get out of that. Ms. Keely noted the technical guidance. Ms. Keely, I'm sorry. Ms. Kent noted that, the thinking about this, we're in new territory, we're discussing new things. I actually do think that's incredibly appropriate. I wish we were doing this at a different scale where it applied to our entire FMP or subsets of our FMP instead of doing this on a stock by stock comes across our transom and we're looking at it and it feels more like whack-a-mole than it does like thoughtful fisheries management that's actually weighing the pros and cons and the trade-offs and making the best decisions we can with the science that we have available. Part of that is the level of scrutiny that we're doing here. We can't do this for every species. And if we only focus on a few, we may be leaving quite a few others behind. And trying to pick out which species need scrutiny is, and this goes into the larger picture of how we do groundfish in terms of how we pick the species that we do stock assessments for, how we pick how we're going to respond to those. I just am really struggling with all of that and trying to square it with what we're doing here today. We just heard a reminder, we're thinking about preventing overfishing. We also have to think about promoting the interests of all of our interest holders, especially fishermen. And I'm really struggling with how, again, taking this approach is really doing that. So I just wanted to share some thoughts. I appreciate the discussion.
Thank you. Corey Niles.
Thanks. Thanks for those thoughts. Corey, just a couple quick reactions. Well, I don't think we're asking them to review anything for a fourth time. I think the assessment, reviewing the assessment is different than what we're asking now. It's basically the assessment is one thing, and then what we're doing now, I think, is asking for their advice on how to achieve our harvest goals. So it's a much different question, and I still have a lot of questions for the SSC. I'm not expecting to get answered with this, but yeah. But on Friday, and I think that you were hearing the SSC. A lot of members think that this 6-7-20 was a reasonable risk decision, and on Monday they came back and had this guidance that said, well, maybe that's not what we should be doing. So I think I guess I don't. This is something that hasn't been exhaustively reviewed. The question we're talking about, and yes, other thought of we can't do this for every stock, but I think. And maybe it's not apparent, but this is one of the stocks we would want to do it for. There's probably, I don't know, there are fewer than 10 that are probably as have the key importance to the fishery where we would ask for something like this. So yeah, just like maybe a difference in view on what we're asking, whether this has been exhaustively reviewed. This particular question, I don't think so. And one thing I forgot to say in my first comments was I think it's pretty clear to me. I shouldn't say clear, but we're not talking much about the default harvest control rule. We're talking about these alternatives to it. But yeah, the harvest control rule default, it just does not make any sense to me why we would have followed that in this particular, like we would be giving up whatever it is, 1,500 metric tons to, be above target. So there are some serious questions I think we're seeing, and I don't think everyone has had opportunity to fully understand what the SSC is saying, or even I don't think the SSC is of a singular mind, and it's really hard to see where the line between law and science and law and policy are. So sorry, went on longer than I want, but I just wanted to express that difference in opinion.
Thank you. Other discussion? Not seeing any then, I will call the question on the motion before you on the screen. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Jamie. Looking back at our council action, before I guess at how we've done, Jesse.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, you have refined your range of alternatives and given us some guidance to work with NOAA GC and the region to look at that tech memo and as the associated conversation. I'll note you did not adopt a PPA at this time, but given that you did refine your range of alternatives, it gives us a pretty clear set of things to analyze before June, which you, at that point, you can adopt an FPA. So I think you have completed your council action for today.
Right. Thank you. Further discussion on this agenda item, Jamie Dimon.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer. Just reflecting on some of the discussion and comments from Ms. Ridings on doing a lot of work for a specific stock. I believe we are creating tools for future use, concepts and ideas that we can expand across the board. We're thinking in different ways. We're asking our advisory bodies to think in ways that they haven't thought before. And that isn't something that will be siloed to Widow. And so while I appreciate the comment because it has been on Widow, I don't see this staying solely here. I see this push to think differently, to think bigger, broader, and more holistically of how things affect our fishermen, ourselves, our families, how this works. And so I believe you have to start somewhere, and this is that somewhere. There's never quite the right place to do it, but I look forward to risk management down the line. Thank you.
Corey Niles.
Thanks. Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with Jamie, and just I forgot to say one. I think one important thing is, well, hopefully, Jamie, we never need to do this again, but I'm guessing that's not going to be the case. But when we started on this in the fall, this was going to be a 2-year decision, and we were going to get a full assessment. Hopefully, next year would tell us whether we needed to change course or not. But now it's looking like it might be a 4-year decision. But no, I totally. I forgot. I think that was a very important part of this. I think our normal rules will work most of the time, but in these situations, yeah, I think what Jamie said about having options for when their circumstances call for them is important.
Thank you. Corey Ridings, and then I think we're going to have to move on here. We're getting behind, but Corey, please.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to thank Ms. Diamond for her comments and agree. I think just to add a little more texture in terms of my thinking as well, going back to that, I think it is something that needs to be thought of wider. I agree, and if this is a place to start, this is a place to start. I have tech memo, I forget what they're numbered, but the tech memos that came out of the National Marine Fisheries Service that are sort of allowing this conversation. I think Ms. Kent mentioned that specifically in the discussion that was had. That tech memo has been out, I think, for, someone correct me if I'm wrong, 8 or 10 years now. And, those tools, I think, were explored and haven't been used. So I think the question in my mind is, why haven't we used those tools? And I think part of the answer is they were potentially not that useful. So I'm a little afraid of that, not to say that we shouldn't be doing it now, just noting that has always been something in my mind about why those tools were not deployed. And then, we're doing things more on the harvest control rule side of things with Specs Flex. And looking at that, I think that's related in terms of how can we look at our harvest control rules and sort of our management enterprise, for lack of a better term, and think about how can we improve things? Can they be examples? And again, I'll just reiterate my real concern is making sure we're doing this at a scale that we are looking at our stocks as much as we can together, solving problems that are looking at those stocks together so that they are hopefully more bang for the buck in terms of what we're doing, in terms of solving our management problems and helping people, and making sure that in that process that we're serving everyone fairly and looking at our groundfish fleet and all of our industry and all of our fishermen and saying, are we helping you really solve the problems that your fleet's really facing? So I hope that this motion helps us get down that path. I just wanted to be a little more clear about sort of, one, thanking Ms. Diamond and agreeing with her, and two, where I'd like to see this go in the future.
Thank you. There's a lot of discussion on this item. I think we've completed our work. Thank you all for that. We're going to move on, so we'll close out this agenda item. Because we're moving back to a salmon item, some seat changes. Let's take 5 minutes to get reorganized here and then be back. All right, I think we're ready to get started, move back in the salmon. Just one moment. Okay, just wanted to note on our agenda here, if you look there, it says we go D3 salmon, then to halibut and back to salmon. We're going to take up D3, and when we finish that, then go immediately to D4, the check-in for the salmon season things. So be a little more efficient and then come back to halibut later. So I hope everybody can work that into your schedules, but I think that flow might help us a little bit here. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Angela Forstall to give us the overview on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is returning to part one of this agenda item, D3, Sacramento River Fall Chinook Fishery Revised Spawner Abundance at Maximum Sustainable Yield, Terms of Reference. Yesterday evening, you did receive an overview of this agenda item as well as public comment and advisory body reports. And so today, to wrap up part one of this agenda item, the council is scheduled to have any preliminary discussion and provide guidance to staff for then to finish this agenda item on Saturday with part two.
All right, thank you. So picking up where we left off yesterday, any recommendations before we come back later in this meeting to finalize this agenda item? Had a chance to think about that. Anybody want to start? Marcy Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to appreciate the council's patience with us as we work through some of the detailed language of the draft tour. Subgroup of us huddled a bit over the evening and worked through some of the details and some of the points raised by the SSC, by some public comments that were very detailed in nature. Want to thank the groups that did offer input on the draft tour and thought deeply about how the process would work, recognizing that this is kind of a first go at a process like this for salmon. Some of us have some experience with similar process for stock assessment reviews for groundfish, and that's been helpful, I know, in looking at that tour language too, to help shape how we think this process might roll out. So it's been a lot of kind of putting our heads together about how things need to work and the role of the Sacramento work group and how they'll participate and how this will be an iterative process. So I just, acknowledging that, we're spending some time to try to get this right, and just want to thank the council for holding this agenda item open. I guess with that, I do have some specific guidance that we've worked through as part of this group that I believe should probably be shown on the screen, and then we can talk about it. Does that work?
Sure, let's proceed down that pathway.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm having
And is what's on the screen what you need, Marcy?
Yes, thank you, it is. And just recognizing that this is guidance, this is not a motion, so there's no kind of preamble language about motions. So, okay, following from our discussions and considering the discussion on the council floor yesterday, the intent would be for council staff to make adjustments to the TOR language reflecting this guidance and the bullet points to follow. The first is to reorder the sequence of events. Begin with a review of the underlying Ricker and ratio methods. If these approaches are deemed suitable, proceed to evaluate the data sets. If not, the panel may, but is not required to, recommend alternative methods or may recommend the Sacramento River Work Group develop recommended alternative methods for evaluation, which can then be reviewed by the panel at a subsequent meeting. Specifically, number 5 in the draft TOR would need to be revised to reflect this modification. Number 2, clarify that any evaluation and recommendations regarding the 4 data sets must consider the appropriate time series. Indicate that where the panel deems it appropriate, final recommendations may include approaches such as truncating the time series, downweighting older data, applying time blocking techniques, or other relevant methods. Next, revise the language in the TOR to clearly state that the panel's role is to provide recommendations or identify areas for further exploration. Ensure the wording aligns with the BSIA policy directive on assessment revision and clarifies the process for any follow-up work undertaken by the work group in response to panel requests. This should include how responses or revisions will be managed after the final peer review meeting and following the conclusion of the peer review panel. Revise the TORs related to preliminary questions by removing any limit on the number of questions the panel may submit. Clarify that the chair will work collaboratively with the panel to refine and curate the list of questions, such as eliminating duplicates and ensuring the final set is reasonable for the work group to address in advance of the first session. Clarify the role of the chair. Emphasize the importance of strong facilitation skills and provide additional detail on the chair's responsibilities, particularly in guiding discussions and managing participation. Define the role of the Sacramento Work Group. Clearly specify the responsibilities and scope of the work group within the process. Clearly define the role of the advisors, panel members, and the general public. Include specific advisor seats, 1 or 2 representatives from that should be SSC, SAS, and STT that sit alongside the panel. Advisors would contribute contextual information to inform the process, but would not evaluate scientific merits. The chair would determine appropriate timing for advisor input and when discussions should be limited to panel members only. The general public would contribute information during public comment periods. Panel membership. Remove the designated SSC Salmon subcommittee seats from the list of peer review panelists, since now SSC will be participating in an official advisory capacity. Incorporate comparison to status quo. In line with the SSC recommendations and to support a comprehensive review, ensure that any proposed approach is compared to the status quo. Provide the peer review panel with relevant information on the status quo, including prior analyses. Clarify that the panel's role is not to reevaluate the methods used to develop the status quo, but to compare the scientific merits of the existing approach with any newly recommended methods. Revise the TORs to aim for final panel report by the November council meeting. That completes the written guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's guidance, additional discussion on that agreement. Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you go back up to the top, please? So I had some similar thoughts to Ms. Remco. I originally was coming from a position of, a peer review is really not their role to recommend alternatives. But the way you've framed this is they may, but it's not required. I'm comfortable with in terms of, I think the recommendations come to the council, not to the work group to do new work. I don't think it's the purview of a peer review council to direct new work, in my thinking. It's the peer review communicates to the council either, this is a crock of BS, it doesn't work, you need to take another bite of the apple, and as you indicated, not required, but they could make some suggestions. The data doesn't meet reliable, the tenets of what the data should meet, consistent. So I'm just a little uncomfortable with thinking about the peer review panel directing the work group, but I do recognize that's in part a time efficiency in terms of, because the way the tour is set up, I don't see any council members. So I'm just pointing out some of my thinking. And then, when I just read through the tour, it just seemed like the peer review panel was being given guidance and objectives that went beyond just peer review in terms of telling us what data set to use or what, and there's policy involved in those kinds of decisions. And again, to me, that's where it's perhaps going beyond the technical function of the peer review panel. And that's where I'm getting a little concerned with some of those lines seeming a little blurred with that. Like I said, I like the may, but it's not required to try to really kind of create the peer review bounds, recognizing that you will give you a little latitude, recognizing that the council can ignore their advice, their recommendations, but we do want to know whether what they've got in front of them is credible, consistent, and has scientific merit. So.
Marcy Remco.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kiefer. I think I agree, and I guess I would add a little more detail in that I think it depends on what the ask is from the peer review panel, because I think we envision some iterative work that goes on during the meeting itself, where, for example, the panel might ask the work group to run the data set, applying some modification, like to I don't know, one of the model, assumptions. They may ask, hey, what does it look like when we consider an assumption like this? And maybe it's something they can turn the crank and perform easily in the course of that meeting, or maybe not. So I think this, the language ultimately should allow some flexibility with regard to, when that work is completed and how much work the work group reasonably can be asked to do and on what timeline. So I think this is a starting place. I think we kind of have to get into the meeting itself, or at least the discussions leading up to the meeting, to really understand what alternative methods we may be talking about and how much work is entailed. Thank you.
Sharon Kiefer.
And I appreciate that. I think we've all been in situations where it's a bring me a rock, no bring me another rock. And so the more clarity we can make in terms of, certainly if they want a model run to demonstrate that the data set is consistent, scientific merit, reliable, the things that are expected that the peer review essentially determines, I think that makes a lot of sense. If they're kind of coming up with asks that are really not peer review related, that's where I start getting a little nervous. So I agree with you, the clearer we can be about those expectations is helpful.
Okay, thank you. Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. North, did you? Okay. I do not want to leave the work group in a difficult position. So if the peer review panel, and this is just my thinking, I want them to leave with the path someplace to go. They've done a huge amount of work on this. And we're now putting their work through a peer review panel. And so I would like to see recommendations that would provide them a clear path of where to go. So best case scenario is that the peer review panel looks at what's happened, clearly endorses, one of the approaches. It's very clean, it's great, but that's rarely the way that it goes. And so if they are unhappy with everything, or if they cannot reconcile on one alternative or one approach, I would really like them to give enough specificity in their recommendations for a pathway for the work group to work from. So the work group isn't sort of just left hanging, or the council's not left hanging. If an interim check-in with the council on these are the recommendations, do you see any concern with those is a possibility. We could consider that. I am just cognizant of the time frame we've set up for the peer review panel, and that there's really only one council meeting during that period, and it occurs early in the process. So I'm not sure how feasible that is. I hear what you're saying, but my concern is that we end up with not a clear place to go and a lot of frustration on a very important stock.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thanks. I think this is a clarifying question, probably for Mr. Remco, which is getting at this point here. It sounded like are we thinking of like kind of like a STT SAS kind of thing where you have the back and forth iteratively at the same time? Like, as in, is the work group going to be at the peer review panel to be able to respond to questions or do extra runs? Is that the intent?
Yes, that's my understanding, Ms. Ridings. Thank you. I believe the work group will be there in force. Thanks.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
I did notice in the scope, and Marcy, I don't know that you addressed this specifically, but it did talk about the objective of the peer reviews to develop a recommendation for an updated SRFC SMSY value. So to me, that's an outcome. To me, a peer review is advising us that the methodology, the data sets have scientific merit, are credible. The value, once again, is an outcome. It carries significant policy considerations. Is there a distinction in that scope in your mind?
Thank you, Ms. Kiefer. I guess I would agree that the panelists are not focused on the outcome or the value per se. They're focused on the process and the integrity of the science. So oftentimes the final answer may not, directly result from the meeting. It may come later after more work is done. So I don't think it's presupposed that, they will be reviewing the answer. Thanks.
Thank you. That's Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And sorry, Angela, I'm going to put you on the spot a bit. I'm just wondering if you could just respond from your vantage point about the practicability of incorporating this and what the council might see after you do your good work and when we might see it again, because that seeing it in writing, I think, might help crystallize some of the thinking and questions that are happening here on the floor.
Yes, this is extremely helpful, Council. I think I would kind of take this guidance, which would be very helpful in kind of crafting an updated red line strikeout and clean version for the briefing book. My hope would be have that. We're coming back to this on Saturday, so the intent would be to have that in the briefing book by midday Friday. So there'd be Friday afternoon at the minimum to look at that, if not sooner. I think there's some, the guidance provided is pretty high level and will kind of, as Sharon pointed to, trickle into a few of the different subsections of the categories of the document that would need to be revised to kind of reflect this slightly adjusted pivot of the peer review panel. And so that would be important for the council to look at. I think one follow-up question I have for the council, if allowed, Ms. Bishop did mention the potential of an interim panel check-in, and the guidance does request that the full timeline get extended out until November. So I would be curious if there's any thoughts on a September check-in or what the council's intent would be for that.
All right. Thank you, Angela. Look around for thoughts on that. And again, remember, the task here today is to provide guidance on what you want to see in a new draft tour that's going to come back later. So it's best to be clear on that. So any response to a couple of the specifics Angela had there? Check-ins or anything? John North, you look like you want to ask or say something.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I had some comments in general to the guidance. I don't see anything wrong with the September check-in. On my list was, I think we need a modification of the timeline and shoot for a report in November. So a September check-in is consistent with that. I just thought the schedule was too ambitious with the slightly broadened scope, but should I have additional thoughts? Do you want to keep?
Please proceed.
Oh, yeah. So just in general, I appreciate the conversations from yesterday, and I really appreciated the time overnight to noodle and think this through, because this is a really important topic and a product, that I think we want to implement this approach, if and when it's ready, but we can't afford to rush this. We heard a lot of comments yesterday from SSE, SAS, and public testimony that modifications to the terms of reference were needed. And so I think what Ms. Yaremko has presented here covers a lot of that, and I appreciate that. We heard multiple requests to expand the scope so that the panel can review not only the data sets, but first how we get to the framework, if you will. So I think that's addressed here. I think the pace, the schedule is addressed. and many of the other topics that were brought up. So I think this is a good list, and I appreciate it. And I just appreciate the collaboration, working together to get this improved. So thank you.
Thank you, John. Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in response to, I think Angela posed the question, and maybe Ms. Bishop also posed the question about the possibility for a September check-in. We can certainly do that. I wouldn't want to create work, though, if it's not needed. And so unless you have difference of opinion that I'm missing, I would say we can hold that time. And if something is happening during the review and it requires some discussion with the council, we can do that. But I'm sort of hesitant just to add time and space if it's not really needed at the moment. So unless you object, how about we watch the process unfold? We'll hold that time. And if we don't need it, we can cancel it. And if we do, we can bring something to the council.
Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think that makes sense. And would we really make that a function of the chair to advise you if a check-in is needed?
So that'll be more of a work planning issue than something in the terms of reference than the check-in. Other thoughts? Seeing general agreement, how we proceed. Corey Ridings.
Thanks. Chair, can you quickly give us, I know Angela did this a little bit earlier, can you give us another quick kind of summary of where we're at in terms of what are your expectations for today versus Saturday? I apologize. I realize there's just some moving pieces here, and I want to be clear on like when discussion and input is most valuable and expected.
Yes, let me pull up. I'm referring, but I'm going to turn it over to Angela to the last slide she had in her presentation, which today discuss, review, and then decide if there's additional or changes you want to see in the draft tour before that would be finalized. So the task on Saturday is to potentially adopt this as final. But Angela, correct me on that, the sequence here.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, having some issues reconnecting to the webinar. But the tasks for today would be to provide guidance and then come back and review an updated version of the draft terms of reference, adopt terms of reference as final with, if necessary, any further input on that. And then I think at that time, the council would also need to reconsider at a high level the Sacramento River Work Group's terms of reference. It doesn't explicitly call out their participation in a peer review. So a discussion on that would need to take place as well. And then adoption of final terms of reference for the peer review panel for then planning to kind of commence for this summer.
Executive Director Burden.
Thank you, and not apologies for stepping in front of you, Ms. Ridings, but I think just to add to what Ms. Forrestal said, I think your task here, just in plain thinking, I guess, is if there are any strong reactions to the guidance that Ms. Yaremko has provided, I think we should hear about that here. Otherwise, I think it would be clarifying to have Angela go back and add this guidance back into the terms of reference, and then looking at that actual document, which would come out several hours or a half day at least before we get to final action. You can focus on that, and then there'd be another time to deliberate on Saturday.
Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On your last point, Executive Director Burden, I was wondering when this revised strikeout underline second revision of the tour might post to the briefing book. I think that will be useful for our public to know, and certainly would allow us to plan ahead in terms of keeping an eye out.
It's putting a lot of work on the staff, so maybe Angela first, give us an idea.
Thank you, Mr. Rumpko, through the chair. I'd be shooting for some time mid-morning tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, much faster than I thought possible.
That's what I was thinking.
Sharon Kiefer.
Mr. Chairman, will it be out of order if we manage to ask the Secretariat if we swing by and ask for a printed copy?
If it's available in the briefing book, I think it's possible to have it printed there if you stop by. And there is a printer available. Other Corey Ridings.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the red line and the update. And I first of all should thank Marcy for putting this together and thinking this through and bringing updates, which upon a quick read, it seemed mostly positive to me. I'll share a couple concerns. It sounds like we're talking about them here today, and we'll have then a chance to revisit them at our second session, which is sort of this. This is a peer review panel, but I think we are edging a little bit away from what might be considered a traditional peer review panel in the sense of, for example, if you think about like peer-reviewed materials as like a journal or something like that, it's often the review is anonymous, and you as the person who are presenting the science that you have made do not sit there and kind of watch that review happen, or you're not sort of in the room, so to speak. I noted two places in here, and we discussed this before, but the may, but is not required to, that it feels like we need to either make a decision one way or another. I appreciate that language and understand why Mr. Rumpko spoke to that. I just have some concerns about it. I believe it's under the second or third bullet in my notes, sort of the suggestion of approaches regarding different time periods. Again, I think we heard that under public comment. It may be appropriate, but essentially with both of those, we are potentially asking the panel to sort of do science and produce something. And that's a different thing than peer review. And I'm not suggesting that these things may not be helpful to the overall goal of what the council's trying to achieve here. What I'm suggesting is it's not perhaps peer review in the strictest sense. And given the importance of this and sort of the council's, we've already had this reviewed by our SSC, I believe. So this is really an extra step to say, hey, we really want to make sure we get this scientifically right because this is of critical importance. And I agree with that. So making sure that we are setting ourselves up for success to do so. If this is truly a peer review panel, I want to make sure that we are being very sort of clean in our lines and our boundaries and making sure that we're getting back what we expected and not sort of setting folks up to fail or coming back and turning what should be really a scientific process into what potentially could be partially a policy process.
Thank you. Any other discussion? We've got a set of guidance and discussion associated with that the burden will be on the staff to incorporate that into a new draft that could be available sometime tomorrow. And then we will take that up, look at that or discuss it on Saturday. Any further guidance necessary? Not seeing any hands. Angela, I'm guessing you have enough. But is there anything else you need to hear?
No, I have received guidance from the council and can proceed with my work before returning to this agenda item on Saturday.
All right, thank you. Then we're all good with that. We can close this agenda item and continue with salmon. And on that one, I will pass the gavel to the vice chair. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Most excellent job this morning so far. So we're at D4, and Angela didn't run off, so read our instructions, please, and what you're looking us for to do.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item D4, clarify council direction on 2026 management measures. The STT will be presenting preliminary analysis of the tentative measures identified by the council at your agenda item yesterday. And the council should provide further clarification or direction regarding the management measures to the STT as necessary. You do have that STT report that you will receive under this agenda item. There are 2 individuals signed up for public comment, and then your task is to provide needed guidance to assist the STT in its analysis of tentative management measures.
Okay, any questions of Angela? All right, seeing none, I think we have the great Dr. Mike O'Farrell, who seems to be the most popular guy on these issues, and come to the table, and probably John Kerry too, looks like. Equally as important to this process.
Ready?
You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to turn this over to John Kerry to run through the options or the results from yesterday's STT analysis.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. John Kerry, I'll be reading from agenda item D4A, Supplemental STT Report 1, Salmon Technical, Coalition of Preliminary Salmon Management Alternatives for 2026 Ocean Fisheries. So here you have the standard packet. It's got the tables 1, 2, and 3, which give the management measures for the non-Indian troll, recreational, and treaty troll options. I'll just skip over those and head right to table 5, which starts on page 16. And there you have, it starts with a summary of the Puget Sound Chinook exploitation rates and management criteria, and there's a number that are still bolded there. Won't get into the details on those. But moving on to page 17, we have some Washington coastal and Columbia River stocks, and one thing to point out here is that the Columbia Lower River natural tules are still exceeding the 41% limit. And moving on to the next page, page 18, we have the California results, and I don't believe there's anything that's exceeding its management criteria there. And on the next page, page 19, we have the coho results. And here we had 2 alternatives. I guess I should have mentioned prior, the Chinook, there was only one model run for Chinook, but for coho, we had 2 different treaty troll alternatives in there. And for each of those, we have the Snohomish coho stock exceeding its limit in both alternatives. We have Lower Columbia River natural coho exceeding in both alternatives, and everything else, I believe, is under its limit. Important to note here still, I believe that the Washington coastal fisheries for coho are still at 2025 levels, so we don't have information on those yet. The next pages, what do we have? 21 and 22 give the information on kind of fishery-specific impacts for LCN coho, OCN coho, Chinook, Lower Columbia Tule Chinook, and then the 4 sunk coho populations. And I believe there's a breakdown of impacts for Sacramento winter, Klamath River fall Chinook, and Sacramento fall Chinook in the following pages. And that concludes the report.
Thank you, John. Any questions for John? Susan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Kerry, I was just wondering if you could comment on the objectives for the PSC related objectives and whether the modeling indicated that we were meeting all the objectives there for Chinook and Coho?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Ms. Bishop. I can cover that to a certain extent. So for Puget Sound Chinook stocks, we have estimates of what the results provide relative to the calendar year exploitation rate limits on those, and a few of them are exceeding their limits right now, but that's because they're also exceeding their ESA limits as well. And once they get down below those, they should be in line with the calendar year exploitation rate limits for those. For Coho, I believe we are okay on all except for Snohomish in Puget Sound. I'm trying to find the page here. But again, with the Washington coastal Coho stocks, we don't have this year's fisheries in the package yet, so we probably can't really assess those quite right. So.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you.
And so I think we are at public comment, and we have some, I think, too. All righty. Steve, are you online?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Steve Lavaletta. I was born and raised in Fort Bragg. I'm here as someone who has spent a lifetime on these waters and in a community that depends on a healthy salmon fishery. Over the past several years, we've watched our harbor slowly fade. Can you hear me now?
Steve, if you want to start over again, go ahead. We lost you there for
Can you hear me?
a couple seconds. I can hear you now. Can you hear us?
Okay, yeah, sorry, I had a call coming in, darn it.
Why
So we've
don't
watched
you-
our harbor.
Why don't you start
hear
over
me?
again, my friend?
All right. I was born and raised in Fort Bragg. I'm here as someone who has spent a lifetime on these waters and in a community that depends on a healthy salmon fishery. Over the past several years, we've watched our harbor slowly fade, commercial boats tied to the docks, tackle shops struggling, families who have fished for generations being pushed out, not because the resource is gone, but because the opportunity has been taken away. This year felt different. We've had strong water years. We're seeing encouraging returns. Ocean conditions are improving. There is finally a sense of hope, not just for the fish, but for the people who rely on them. That's why I'm asking you to support a season structure that gives the North Coast real opportunity, especially during the June through August window when weather conditions are safer and effort can be spread out responsibly. The current model of short, tightly packed openers creates a derby-style fishery that pushes people to fish in unsafe conditions just to have a chance at a fish. That's not good for fishermen, and it's not good management. We need flexibility. Let us fish when it's safe to fish. I also want to respectfully bring up a concern about the process itself. From the public's perspective, it often feels like we're presented with a set of alternatives. We take the time to comment and provide input on those specific options, and then the final decision ends up being something different that was clearly presented as one of those alternatives that wasn't clearly presented. When that happens, it feels like the public process doesn't carry the weight it should. People take time away from their work and families to engage in this process, and we need to feel like that input is genuinely part of the decision. I'm asking you to not only consider the biological data, but also to respect the intent of the alternatives you put forward and the feedback you receive on them. I also want to highlight that historically, during the summer months off the Mendocino coast, a significant portion of the catch has been Sacramento River fish, not Klamath fish. Providing more opportunity earlier in the season can help balance access while still protecting Klamath stocks later on. And I strongly support increasing the Sacramento River Fall Chinook management objective from 122 to 180,000 fish. If we want a future with consistent opportunity, we need to manage towards abundance. At the end of the day, this isn't just about fish counts. A salmon season on the Mendocino coast supports entire communities, from fuel docks and processors to restaurants, hotels, and small businesses. When the season disappears, so does a major part of our local economy and way of life. We're not asking for anything unreasonable. We're asking for a fair process, a safe season, and a real opportunity to fish. Please choose an option that reflects both on the resource and the voices of the people who depend on it. I also want to say that I think I heard yesterday from the options that were put out, the option 2 that came out last month was June 13th through July 19th for the Fort Bragg area. And I think you guys cut out a big chunk of that. In 4th of July weekend, we have the quote unquote world's largest salmon barbecue. And a lot of people were brought to the area for the barbecue and to fish salmon during that weekend. And if we don't have that chance to fish 4th of July weekend, we're losing a huge chunk of money. The local economy needs that. The people need that. If the tuna don't show up early, then there's nothing really to stick around for. They come for the barbecue and then they take off. So I just wanted to throw that in there. I did hear yesterday the gentleman said they rearranged the Bay Area days so there would be fish for the 4th of July weekend. Well, they're not the only ones who need that money. We need that money for our local economy. And that's a big weekend for everybody. So thank you for your time today. I appreciate you letting me speak, and thank you.
Thank you, Steve, for your testimony. Any questions of Steve? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lavaletta, for joining us here today remotely. On the recommended start date for the Fort Bragg area, are you suggesting that you would prefer to see a later start date than what is currently proposed, that June 13th date? Is that what you're suggesting?
I mean, if it meant getting us a little more time, if the time's going to equal out, it is what it is. But 4th of July weekend is really important around here. They usually have the free fishing day also, Fish and Game does, and I think that falls on that weekend. So other people would get opportunity to fish also for salmon. But I just think that the June 13th through July 19th and the August 1st through the 31st, I think that was a pretty fair option. That didn't put that much more pressure on Klamath fish. I think that was a great option. I was pretty happy with that alternative.
Thank you. That's what I'm seeing in the package. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Steve? Okay, next is, here's proof that Oregon's an all-inclusive state. We have James Stone. Welcome, Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Council members, James Stone, NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association, just got in. I don't crack any Disney jokes, though, either, Vice Chair, so thank you. I appreciate the time to speak today. Came in to talk to you directly on D4, specifically about the seasons. I apologize, my computer messed up on D3. I was supposed to make some comments, so I'll be making my D3 comments under D5 today, so I apologize for that, and I should have done that remotely. Anyhow, I just want to thank the Salmon Advisory Subpanel for everything they're doing, trying to make these seasons work. I know that they're under some different constraints, and thank you to the STT for all the work that they're trying to do to shape these seasons back and forth. I think that this is going to be some real pain over these next couple of years because of the Klamath and how short the abundance is going to be. Even a lot of people that look into the future already, even though we're still planning 2026 seasons and we're excited that we're going to be open for the first time in 4 years with 3 full years of closure, it looks like, the Klamath is going to be in a lot of trouble next year and the following year because of the dam removal, because of the loss of a lot of fish and juveniles, and We're very concerned about that and what that's going to do for opportunity in the future for the next few years. And I think that we need to maybe think about that, and maybe somebody can make a suggestion that's much smarter than me on ways that we can do adaptive management and we don't hurt our ports like we just heard the testimony of the previous speaker. I think that that's one of the hardest things to really understand, is that when we start closing sections and sectors of the California coastline that's hundreds of miles long, it unfortunately doesn't provide the necessary economy and the necessary dollars that are needed to put into those ports. And so that ends up causing a lot of problems with the infrastructure, with the ice machines and with moorage and many other things that you're all very well aware of. But I think that that's affecting our salmon fleet as a whole, recreationally as well as commercially. It's a shared struggle and stressor on everything. We, on the recreational side, really like to thank for opportunity in all the sectors. We represent members that fish in the ocean in all 4 sectors of the California recreational fishery. The excitement for hearing an April 11th opener in Monterey, everyone's pumped. Like, a lot of people are pumped. But we're going to see a lot of effort shift because of that, right? A lot of the boats are moving from San Francisco down already and getting ready for that opener this weekend. And I think we're going to see a huge amount of effort because everyone wants to go catch a salmon. So, a big thank you to all of the work that's been done in order to provide the opportunities that are provided. And our organization wants to, again, thanks the Salmon Advisory Subpanel and all the work they're doing, trying to create that equal opportunity as well as working on these seasons. So thank you very much for the time to speak.
Thank you, James, for your testimony. Any questions of James? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for coming. Nice to see you. In your earlier remarks, you mentioned closures that are happening in times and areas, and that, there's disruption and it's difficult to build and maintain industries that are reliant on, continuous opportunity. What's the alternative? What other way can we do this to help our communities have more stability?
Thank you, Mr. Uremko, for the question. That's a very good question. If I had the exact answer, I'd probably be a rich man. But I would guess and say that it is probably going to lean towards some type of a more adaptive management like we're doing currently. And I think it's going to be, the future is going to rely in the monitoring programs of how are we going to be able to monitor fish and make sure that we're not hitting our exploitation rates on our sensitive stocks of special concern or ESA listed stocks. I think if I forecast into the future, I foresee it being a system to where if Fort Bragg sector, for example, as the previous speaker was speaking and saying, we're not catching Klamath fish, we're catching all Sacramento fish, and the PBT analysis, GSI analysis is matching that, then that might be able to, in the future, allow us to offer more opportunity in calendar dates. I understand that's impossible today with the current management measures and methodology reviews that have been done on this type of topic, but I think it would be more so towards the basis of creating those samples faster turnaround, which is going to take tens of millions of dollars, as you're well aware, and trying to get Ocean Salmon Project, NOAA Fisheries, and ODFW all on the same page to survey those samples as quickly and turn that information over as rapidly as possible so that maybe we could open up more opportunities, and vice versa. I think that it will also ease some of the concerns for sustainable fisheries on NOAA's side, because you'll then have more of a up-to-date, current analysis on exploitation rates, and it will hopefully eliminate the need for pre-season buffers in the future. Hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, any other questions? Righty, thank you, Mr. Stone.
Thank you for your time.
So now we are at a place where there's any clarifying direction, I believe, to offer, if any. I can start with the north and work south. Kyle?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I do have some guidance. So the WDFW Salmon Management Guidance, and this is in reference to Agenda Item D4A, Supplemental STT Report 1, dated April 9th, 2026. Implement the following changes. Throughout Tables 1 and 2, change the north of Cape Falcon overall non-Indian coho TAC to 122,500 marked coho, and adjust north of Cape Falcon commercial and recreational TACs and recreational sub-area quotas accordingly and consistent with the fishery management plan. I do know there will be other modeling changes coming to the team from the North of Falcon Forum. We continue to meet with the co-managers and public, and I know there's some changes that are already coming, though there may be others throughout the day as we reach agreement on other pieces, but this is my guidance for the Council Fisheries today.
Are there any questions on the guidance? Okay. Oregon, you would be up next.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, Oregon does have some guidance today. Oh, that was fast. On agenda item D4A, Supplemental STT Report 1, dated April 9th, 2026. Please implement the following change. I guess it's singular. Under Table 1, ODFW Commercial Management Alternatives on page 3. For the Heceta Bank line to Humbug Mountain, replace May 16th through June 17th with May 16th through June 30th. And on this guidance, the reason for this was we realized late yesterday that there was some additional Klamath Age 4 harvest impacts available to Oregon fisheries that we weren't fully utilizing. So by adding this time in June in this area of Central Oregon, we're thinking that the effort will redistribute from north to south a little bit off our mid-coast and result in a net reduction in impacts to lower Columbia River Tule Chinook and Columbia River Summer Chinook, and while also providing more opportunity. So that's all the guidance we have today. And that'll get us realigned so we can move forward the rest of the week.
Okay, thank you, Mr. North. Any questions of John? All right, well, Marcy, looks like you're next by default.
Or last. All right. Yes, we do have some guidance today. Looking at agenda item D4A, Supplemental STT Report 1, April 9th, 2026, implement the following changes. For Table 1, the commercial management measures beginning on page 3. For the San Francisco cell, replace May 23 through 27 with May 23 through 29. August 13 through 18 with August 13 through 17. And August 25 through 28 with August 25 through 27. And for the Monterey area, replace May 23 through 27 with May 23 through 29. August 13 through 18 with August 13 through 17. And August 25 through 28 with August 25 through 27. Moving to Table 2 for recreational measures, beginning on page 9. For the San Francisco area, strike June 27 through July 5th and July 12 through August 23, and replace with June 27 through July 25th and August 1 through 23. And quickly, the rationale regarding the commercial changes. Time is a little bit cheaper in May than it is in August. And regarding the recreational changes, this should allow the fishery that commences June 27 to run longer into July until the available quota is reached. So this is for continuity and ease of understanding for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on those changes? All right. I turn to my tribal friend, Dave. Are there any tribal?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. No, we don't have any changes at this time. They're still working on the coho section. I think they're getting close.
All righty. Thank you, sir. Any further questions on this subject? I trust, Angela, that Michael and John have what they need to do what they got to do, and so are we adequately done our business here under this agenda item?
Yes, thank you. The council has provided guidance to the STT, who will come back tomorrow with an updated report.
All right, thank you. I believe we're going to Halibut E1. And so if we have to have any changes, table? Seeing none, I think we'll just, oh. I'm going to wait 5 minutes. We got a program snafu, so we'll be doing Halibut here in a second. 5 minutes break.
I didn't already have to get in a suit for this afternoon, I would have made more of a.
Yeah, yeah.
So why don't we, oops, Jesus. Why don't we start getting back to our seats, please? Looks like we got some new people at the table. While we're waiting here, it looks like we have, back by popular demand, Sheila Lynch sitting in the NOAA council seat. And we have Josh Lindsley sitting there, and Heather Hall from Washington State. And I think that's all the changes. So Angela, we are at E1. So what are we supposed to do?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. This is agenda item E1, incidental catch limits for the 2026 salmon troll fishery final action. The halibut catch sharing plan does allocate a portion of the non-tribal commercial halibut allocation to the salmon troll fishery as incidental catch. And the council has successfully used landing ratios and trip limits to ensure a manageable progression of the fishery in past years. A summary of this information is included in attachment 1. There are current landing restrictions in place of no more than 1 halibut per each of 2 Chinook, except for that 1 halibut may be landed without meeting the ratio requirement, and no more than 35 halibut may be landed per trip. At the March meeting, the council did adopt for public review 3 options for incidental halibut retention in 2026, beginning on May 16th. Those were included in the packets that went out for public review and were commented on at the public hearings, which you heard about earlier in this week. Those 3 options were status quo option of the 1 Pacific halibut per 2 Chinook, except for 1 Pacific halibut may be landed per trip with no more than the 35 halibut landing limit, landed per trip limit. And then option 2 is the same as 1, except for no more than 30 halibut. And option 3, the same as option 1, except for no more than 25 halibut. So the landing restrictions that are adopted by the council today would be in place beginning May 16th, 2026, and in effect through May 15th of 2027, unless modified through in-season action or until superseded by the 2027 management measures. You do have a report from the Salmon Advisory Subpanel under this agenda item, and no individual signed up to provide public comment. And then your tasks are to adopt the final landing restrictions for Pacific halibut caught incidentally in the non-tribal salmon troll fishery beginning May 16th through the end of the 2026 salmon troll fishery and effective effective until the 2027 management measures are in place or unless modified through in-season action.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Any questions of Angela? All right, looks like we have Ryan Johnson to read the SAS report. Ryan, come to the table, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll read the SAS report on incidental catch limits for 2026 salmon troll fishery. The SAS recommends the following catch limits for the time period of May 16, 2026 through the end of the 2026 salmon troll fishery and beginning April 1, 2027 until modified through in-season action or superseded by the 2027 management measures. Option 1, license holders may land no more than 1 Pacific halibut per 2 Chinook, except 1 Pacific halibut may be landed without meeting the ratio requirement, no more than 35 halibut landed per trip. That concludes our report.
All righty, any questions of Mr. Johnson? Marcy? I'm just kidding. And see, no questions. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
I think Angela said no. Yep, there it is, the 0. Okay, no public comment. So we are into discussion and council action. This will require a motion for adoption. Heather.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Happy to get the conversation started here. And I have a motion when the time is right. I just wanted to acknowledge the SAS report. This
there was a range of alternatives out for public review since the March meeting, and no comments or public comments from the SAS or from the public on alternative options that should be considered here. So I'm happy to make a motion when the time is right.
Thank you. And it might be almost right, but let me look for a little more. Any more discussion? What better time to make a motion?
Thank you. Oh, fantastic. Thank you. I move the council adopt the option 1 status quo catch limit for the 2026 salmon fishery as described in Supplemental Salmon Advisory Subpanel Report 1 under Agenda Item E1B, April 2026. Option 1, status quo, open May 16, 2026 through the end of the 2026 salmon troll fishery and beginning April 1, 2027 until modified through in-season action or superseded by the 2027 management measures. License holders may land no more than 1 Pacific halibut per 2 Chinook, except 1 Pacific halibut may be landed without meeting the ratio requirement, and no more than 35 halibut landed per trip.
Okay, does the motion on the screen the language accurately reflect what the motion is? Okay.
Yes, it does.
All right, then I'll ask for a second. Seconded by John North. Okay, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, as I fumbled my way through the introduction, this, I think, status quo is appropriate for the salmon availability for this upcoming season as described by the SAS, and I think this gets us halibut season for this year and the beginning of next year.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Okay. All righty. And seeing none, I think I'll ask for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstention? Motion carries. Thank you. And I believe, Mr. Chair, this wraps this up. So I will turn the gavel back to you because you will have it now and after lunch, I believe. Thank you.
All right, well, with that good work, we are going to break for lunch now. And looking at the clock, let's be back at 1 o'clock. Let you range out and find some food here. So we'll be back, reconvene at 1 o'clock on our next agenda item. And since we are convened, my off-the-record shameless plug is don't bypass Burgerville's Black Cod Sandwich. All right, we're trying to get all the right people in the right seats. I think we're probably going to need Susan Bishop on this agenda item. And our executive director. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Ready to reconvene here on the salmon management items. So for D5, I'll turn it back to Angela Forstall for the overview. Angela.
Thank you. This is Salmon Methodology Review Preliminary Topic Selection. The Salmon Methodology Review process is guided by COP15 and is a 3-step annual process intended to help clarify the scientific basis for Pacific Council salmon management actions. So the first step in this process is here in April, where the Council reviews lists of candidate topics identified by the SSC and STT and adopts any preliminary topics. Then at the September Council meeting, the Council is informed of the topics that will be ready for review in October and notified of any assistance needed from management entities to complete review materials. And then in between, there will be the October methodology review meeting. And then the final step in the process is the November Council meeting, where after that methodology review takes place, the SSC and STT report on the results of the review and provide recommendations for all proposed methodology changes. These changes adopted by the council in November are typically implemented in the coming season, or the council may request guidance or may provide guidance for handling any unresolved issues if necessary. During each March meeting, the STT reports on the status of all current estimation procedures and models used in analyzing the management options and identify any problems or potential changes to model inputs or parameters that could occur prior to the completion of the annual preseason process in April. Under this agenda item, the council does have two advisory body reports, one from the STT and one from the SSC. And there is one individual signed up to provide public testimony. And then your tasks today are to provide guidance to the SSC regarding potential topics and priorities for review in 2026, and to request relevant agencies develop and provide needed materials as appropriate.
Thank you. Any questions on the overview before we begin? Seeing no questions, then we'll go to our reports. First up is the Scientific and Statistical Committee, Dr. Jason Schaffler. Good afternoon, Jason.
Good afternoon, Chair Hatzmer, members of the council. I am Jason Schaffler. I will be reading agenda item D5A, Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Methodology Review Preliminary Topic Selection. The SSC met with the Salmon technical team to discuss potential topics to be reviewed by the SSC Salmon Subcommittee during fall 2026. The STT did not propose any methodology review topics to the SSC. There are several items that the SSC has discussed during previous years that remain worthy of consideration should the analyses be completed in time for the 2026 Salmon Methodology Review. Should a methodology review meeting occur in fall of 2026, there are also a few informational items, such as item 6, that might be included but likely do not need SSC or SSC Salmon Subcommittee review. Our list is number 1, bias and uncertainty in forecasts. Forecast and abundance estimates should include uncertainty bounds, and there would be value in consistent metrics of performance when comparing across forecasts for different stocks or methods for a particular stock. The methods in Satterthwaite and Shelton 2023 could be used to quantify forecast performance, including measures of bias and uncertainty. Although this paper may be covered by a planned September 2026 agenda item on risk management, a methodology review could focus on the aspects related to quantifying forecast performance as opposed to potential management responses to that performance. Number 2, Sacramento Index forecast. Exploration of alternative approaches to the Sacramento Index forecast was identified as a potential topic in April 2023 and 2024 and remains a high priority topic. And forecast performance was mentioned in multiple public comments during this meeting. However, the SI itself is not a good measure of ocean abundance nor of potential escapement in the absence of fishing. Compared to the cohort reconstruction that was reviewed during the 2024 Salmon Methodology Review. There could be value in receiving a progress report on implementing a cohort reconstruction for Sacramento River Fall Chinook, and it may be more useful to move away from the SI rather than attempt to refine its forecasts. Number 3, comprehensive review of salmon reference points. Many are based on old data that may not reflect current productivity or capacity. The SSC sees value in compiling and verifying information on the methods used and years informing the inputs to the analysis used in supporting the reference points for each salmon stock, some of which currently lack supporting citations. Conservation objectives and reference points such as SMSY and FMSY for multiple stocks do not incorporate any information from the last 40 plus years on run sizes, productivity, or other available biological parameters. Number 4, the Klamath River Fall Chinook Work Group produced an updated spawner recruit analysis analysis for Klamath River Fall Chinook using the methods used to derive the reference points currently in use. The suitability of that analysis for potentially updating reference points could be readily evaluated. Number 5, review of the SAFE pre-1, 2, and 3. Due to workload timing and capacity, the SSC review for the pre-1 report continues to be challenging during the March council meeting. Comprehensively reviewing the SAFE pre-1, 2, and 3 documents during methodology review or separately over the summer for accuracy and necessity could help to streamline reviews of future iterations during the March council meeting. Number 6, there are 2 informational items suggested. An informational report may be provided on a planned Chinook FRAM base period update due to data changes affecting approximately 20 years of Canadian sport catch estimates that were used for the FRAM base period. An informational report may be provided on the status of the Pacific Salmon Commission's Chinook Technical Committee statistical catch at age model that is currently under development. Including these items in a methodology review would ensure that changes in other salmon management arenas can be considered prior to preseason management discussions in 2027. And that concludes the SSC report. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the SSC report? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Schaffler, for the report. A number of topics that are somewhat familiar to us. Appreciate seeing many of them here. On item 2, the Sacramento Index forecast, you start off by kind of recommending exploration of alternative approaches to the SI forecast. And then kind of at the end of the section, you talk about maybe it's more useful to move away from the SI rather than attempt to refine its forecast. But I guess I'm back at the beginning and alternative approaches. Are there things that we might look at with regard to the SI that maybe wouldn't be alternatives to the SI, but refinements of or integration of new information that we learned from the cohort reconstruction that possibly could be considered? I guess I'm looking for what you might envision if this item does move forward and how big or how small of a box we might make.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Uremko. There are a number of changes that could be made to that SI forecast, and it really depends on the direction the analysts that would be doing that work want to go with it. And partially that it's also dependent on the council's decision on whether they might want to prioritize that work for this summer or perhaps focus on Sacramento work group other analyses. So you're correct in that there are a number of directions that could go. A lot of that's going to be dealt with via staff workload considerations that are sort of outside this process.
Thank you. Other questions? Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Dr. Schaffler. I have a couple of questions. One, in the beginning of the statement, this last sentence in, I believe it's the second paragraph, it says, there are also a few informational items that might be included but likely do not need SSC or SSC Salmon Subcommittee review. So I'm just curious. So the way that I read that would be that you're including items that you have already determined really don't need review, and so interested in the purpose of including those items in number 6.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Bishop. We have received a number of FRAM updates that really do not fall under a methodology review in previous iterations, including those is much more just informational and sort of structures the SSC's or SSC Salmon Subcommittee's thinking in terms of reviewing items like pre-1 during the March Council meeting. So it's mostly a housekeeping matter, and these would be things that we would sort of stick on to fill out an agenda item or fill out a day's worth of work, so that we're not meeting for a 2-hour block. It would actually give us more time to efficiently use our full day up.
So you're requesting this information from folks that would make your jobs easier or more efficient when you review some of the pre-reports? Is that what, or am I misunderstanding?
No, that is accurate, Ms. Bishop. Thank you.
Okay, great. I do have one other follow-up, but I don't want to.
Please, well, if you have a follow-up.
On number, let's see, you refer to one of those reports, I believe, is the Salmon Commission's Technical Committee Statistical Catch at Age model that is currently under development. So just to be, we previously had done some evaluation under the BSIA policy directive with regard to how well some of the other forums met the BSIA standard and determined that the peer review process under the Pacific Salmon Commission sufficiently meets those standards for the purpose of using that information in this process. So if I'm following that correctly, again, this item, you're interested in it being provided information so that the SSC can take that information into account when it's doing its work, as opposed to reviewing any of that information.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Bishop. That is a correct characterization of that. It's simply an FYI to the SSC.
Thank you. Marcy Uremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back on number 5, this is the SAFE and pre-123 document review. I'm intrigued by this, and I guess I'm wondering what events over the last year or so may have precipitated your recommendation of this item, and would the goal be to ensure that the content in each of those documents is complete enough for analytical purposes, or are there, I mean, sometimes I think maybe there are tables that don't get included that would be available, but just for efficiency's sake, don't get republished in the pre-123 docs. But maybe you can elaborate on the events that kind of culminated in this recommendation.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Ms. Uremko. One of the events that culminated in that was a number of years ago, a reference point was updated, but didn't get updated in one of these reports, and it wasn't noticed for a couple of years. And that it's little things like that where an update hasn't been made, or is that table still useful for that document? And I know, and I don't want to speak for Dr. O'Farrell or the STT, but I know that they're under immense pressure during the preseason process. And if we can review that document ahead of time, that just to get a handle on what is in there, what has been updated, what doesn't need to be updated, to try to relieve some of their workload capacity issues during the preseason, I think would be quite beneficial.
Thank you. Executive Director Burden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Dr. Schaffler. Let's see, I'm looking at point number 3, a comprehensive review of salmon reference points. And perhaps it's my interpretation of this, but either way, I've got a question, and I'm hoping you can help. So when I think of what this means, I am imagining a review of stocks all up and down the coast. And when I think of that, I think that many of those stocks are outside of our jurisdiction. They may be treaty stocks, for instance. And related, many of the data streams may be outside of the council's purview. They may be tribal data streams, for example. So I'm not sure how that would work. And I'm hoping that maybe you could help or maybe shed some light on whether the SSE talked about how that could or might occur given a lot of the overlapping jurisdictions that are some within, some outside of the council's purview.
Yes, thank you for that question, Mr. Burden. So let me start off with what we're not doing. We're not proposing to review the reference points. We're proposing to essentially put together a table that says, for this stock, the reference points were developed in year X. It includes data from years Y through Z to essentially let us know that this may or may not be stale. In more or less just to highlight where information currently exists and when it was developed. We are not asking to review those reference points. Just we want a more holistic understanding of where the science is, and perhaps other processes, other arenas might take that and use it, or they might not. We're not making a value judgment on whether they should or shouldn't.
Thank you. Other questions on the SSC report? And not seeing any hands, maybe a follow-up to the last question. So what you're talking about is more metadata related to those, what you're compiling?
Thank you for that clarification, Chair Hassemer. Yes, that's exactly what I think we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. One last look for additional questions. Not seeing any. Thank you, Jason. Next, we have the Salmon Technical Team Report. Dr. Michael O'Farrell. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. To unlock my computer here before I start my statement, the STT statement. This always happens in the wrong time. Okay, thank you for the patience there. I'll be referring to agenda item D5A Supplemental STT Report 1, Salmon Technical Team Report on Methodology Review, Preliminary Topic Selection. The STT discussed potential topics for methodology review in 2026. While there were a few potential topics discussed, the STT concluded that those topics were either not ready at this time or did not meet the criteria for a full methodology review. If sufficient progress is made on projects that would be appropriate for methodology review, the STT and SSC could inform the PFMC of this at the September 2026 meeting. This is permitted per Council Operating Procedure 15, which states at the September meeting, the SSC will inform the Council of the methodologies ready for review and recommend a review schedule. The SSC also will notify the Council of assistance needed from management entities and the model evaluation work group to accomplish the work. And that concludes the STT statement.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. O'Farrell on the STT report? No questions. Thank you, Mike. And that completes our reports. Takes us to public comment. We do have one sign up for sure. Two sign-ups now. Mr. James Stone is first. Good afternoon, James.
Good afternoon, Chair Hassemer, council members. James Stone with NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association. Thank you for the time to speak today. I would like to support some of the comments from the SSC about methodology review in regards to the SI preseason, postseason forecast. I think that I've brought that up numerous times to this council about that forecasting and the modeling. And although some years are a little more accurate than others, it's been definitely a concern. And so I would definitely push that forward for methodology, in our opinion. Secondly, I submitted a letter on this attachment on D5, and I apologize, it should have been more directed towards D3. It was in regards to the SMSY on the Sacramento River. Looking at a lot of the data from the last time I spoke to you in March, there was a few things that stuck out from council members asking me questions on a few different things, and that was, one, the estimated probabilities of achieving all of our hatchery goals, and especially with all of our enhancement fish, that we're raising more fish in our hatcheries now more than ever since 1999, so at least in the last 27 seasons. And then there was also a stair-step approach to the escapement goals and how we eventually get there, and that was a question that was asked by Ms. Ridings and Mr. Remco. So we wrote this letter, and it's in this attachment, and on behalf of our organization and looking at the analysis from the Sacramento Work Group, the higher escapement is required in order to meet hatchery egg take goals. In our letter, we share the figure 1 from the Sacramento Work Group, which shows you this chart, and you can find that in the Sacramento Work Group or on our letter. But it's the adult escapement on the x-axis and the probability of meeting the hatchery goals for the egg take. I'm sure a lot of you are aware, but in the last few years, we've missed egg take goals at multiple hatcheries and have had to do egg transfers. And thank you so much to CDFW and U.S. Fish and Wildlife for all of their hard work that they've done to even try to make some of those egg take goals happen. But it was apparently obvious to us on a system that you don't manage this year, which is the McCollum hatchery. And even though there's a lot of enhancement fish and that the commercial fleet pays for those fish through Salmon Stamp, those fish were in jeopardy this year because there wasn't enough water coming back, returning water coming down the McCollum River out of Lake Comanche. And the mitigators weren't willing to release enough water. And so a lot of those fish strayed and ended up in the American River into the SI, which I've also testified to this board many times has happened. But in order to looking at the SAC work group's work with these enhancements of all these hatcheries, including Coleman's fry, up to 7 million additional fry, it shows a value that if we achieve an escapement goal of 211,000 after all fishing, that's a 50% probability. A 235,000 escapement is a 67% probability. A 248,000 escapement is around a 75, and a 311,000 puts you over a 95% confidence rate that we'd meet all of those goals. And that's according to that chart from the SAC work group. I think that as our testimony was in March, and I'm sure there'll be a few further questions follow up, but we had recommended that we never target less than 180,000 on the Sacramento River per the current FMP of a conservation objective from 122 to 180. And this year, because of the way that the harvest control rule change of 52% has allowed that anytime that we have a preseason SI over 375,000, when you do a 48% flip, there would never be less than 180,000 going home towards escapement according to that new harvest control rule. I think that the question is really going to lay into these years where we have below 375,000, because then you start doing those 50-50 percentages at a 300,000 goal. That only sends home, a little less than 148,000 fish. And what is that going to do, especially if we don't have the right water conditions for that recruitment to build back up? So I think that, I don't know if it's appropriate under the methodology or not, but within that work group, this report is in there, and I think that it might serve us some better good to really know these numbers and have that reviewed by others of if those hatchery goals are wanted and needed, what is the appropriate SMSY for the future so that we can make sure that we achieve those goals. And I'll stop there. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Stone on his testimony? And not seeing any questions. Thank you, James. And next we have Mark Gorelnik. Mark, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I thank you for hearing my few comments here. I think there's some good points in the SSC report. I'd like to focus, as Mr. Stone did, on the SI forecast. That has been problematic, and I think that there's been among stakeholders some skepticism about its accuracy, really going both directions. But what I'd like to focus is on the data series that's being used in the forecast, basically based on the jack escapement. We're using a data series back to 1983, and I don't think there's really any genuine dispute that that some of that data may not be as relevant today as it may have been 40 years ago. I know that the jack ratio we had recently was a ratio of 6, historically the lowest by far. But it's the autocorrelation function that's doing that. If we change the data series to say the last 20 years, we would have seen an increase in forecast of 100,000. Now, obviously, we'll have to wait and see which of those numbers was most accurate. But I do think that there is a basis for, at least for a methodology review topic, to consider the data series we're using throughout, whether it be the SMSY, maybe perhaps that'll be taken care of in the peer review, in the SI forecast, and any other places where we're using a data series, such as harvest forecasts. I do believe in harvest forecasts, we do look at more recent years, but I'm not sure that's against the baseline going back 40 years like we're doing for the SI forecast. I'd also like to focus a little bit on the Klamath. I know that during my time on the council, most recently, it was a little frustrating that we were being managed to a natural area spawner escapement, but for purposes of management, we could not get information on what those impacts were on that portion of the stock. And I think that that would be helpful to the council. It would be helpful to stakeholders in fashioning their seasons to have this additional piece of information. Also, with regard to the Klamath forecast, I realize, we use a different technique there than we do with the Sacramento, but I've had some discussions with the California folks on the SST late last year, and it had to do with natural mortality and what figures we're using for natural mortality. I'm not sure where that ended up, but I do think that's something that should be take a look at that, because I'm not sure, at least based on what I saw, that maybe there might be a better way to do that. And finally, we get a forecast of age 4 mortality by area and by sector, which is helpful again for management. But we don't get that same information in terms of actual numbers in a preseason report. The only area that's broken down is the KMZ, otherwise everything's lumped together. So when it comes to preseason reports, a little more detail there would be helpful. And that's all I've got, and I'll take any questions or let you carry on with your agenda item.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Gorelnik on his testimony? Marcia Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Grelnick. Regarding the SI forecast item, the SSC refers to the potential of using cohort reconstruction and moving that direction versus away from SI. I know that you've previously compared the I guess accuracy of the Sacramento index compared with the forecast methodology for Klamath Fall Chinook, where we do use a cohort reconstruction. So maybe you can weigh in on your thoughts about that, given the content in the SSC report under item 2.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Yaremko. Yeah, I do think there's an appeal to a more sophisticated forecast model, which cohort reconstruction provides. But if we look at the mean forecast error between the method we use in the Klamath and the method we use in the Sacramento, there's not a great deal of difference between the two. Neither, as it turns out, is particularly accurate in its predictions. So, and I'm not smart enough to have the answer to that, but I'm not sure that the solution is to go to cohort reconstruction. We'll get maybe a slightly better result based upon the history we see with the Klamath, but maybe there's something else we should be looking at.
Marcy, follow up?
Actually, next question, if I may, for him. Thank you, Mr. Gorelnik. You mentioned some of the past discussions you've had over the last year or more regarding Klamath natural area spawners and some difficulty with finding appropriate numbers or numbers that are replicated in various tables in pre-1, 2, and 3. In your thinking about item 5 on the SSC's list, do you see that some progress might be made in terms of the content of the information that's presented there? You also mentioned the natural mortality information on Klamath that's incorporated into the forecast. That's not part of any SAFE document, but is certainly part of the workings of the forecast. So maybe you could elaborate a little bit on what you might see item 5 encompassing if a review of the documents for accuracy and necessity and inclusiveness, if we move forward down that path.
Sure. I mean, I think item 5 would need to be expanded a little bit, because I think one of the things we were looking at in the course of council meetings are the reports we get from the SDT during the meetings, which are not really SAFE documents like pre-1, 2, and 3. And that, but of course, I believe that information does flow into pre-2 and 3. So, it would be helpful to know what these impacts are. I mean, we know what the cumulative impacts are on the Klamath natural area spawners, because that's what we're managing to. But it would also be helpful to see that broken down by sector and area in the ocean, because I guess it's not clear to me why that information wouldn't be available if we have the cumulative number. And insofar as what may appear in pre-1, what I was referring to there is, well, on the one hand, we get predictions, and now I'm not talking about natural area spawners, now I'm just talking about Klamath impacts generally, or rather, it's more specifically age 4 Klamath, which is the proxy. So it's a very difficult issue for fisheries right now. We see a forecast by area and sector, but we don't see the conclusion, the results, what happened by area and sector. And I think that would also be helpful. That information undoubtedly exists. It's simply not populated in the model, except for one area, and that is the KMZ, California KMZ. Or I think it's actually both Oregon and California KMZ. But north and south, we don't know what that breakdown is.
Thank you. Other questions? John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Grelnick, for your testimony. I think you made some good points. I just had a couple clarifying questions. I think when you were speaking to the Sacramento Fall Chinook forecast, you were You were suggesting that rather than using like the last 40 years since 1983, we should be looking at a shortened data set, maybe the last 20. I just wanted to clarify, I think this subject has come up in various past discussions, like with OPIH Coho, and I was under the impression that a change in the data series did not necessarily trigger a methodology review. So I'm always looking to be as efficient as possible. So just wanted to clarify that I thought I heard you request a methodology review, but I don't think one is needed to adjust the data set. Same goes, I think you had a data request to the STT. Again, I don't believe that necessarily triggers a methodology review. It's just a request. So I don't know if it's an observation or maybe just clarification. But.
Well, thank you, Mr. North, for the question. Certainly, if this can be done short of a methodology review, that's better for all concerned. The issue with the SI forecast is the autocorrelation function that basically sets an expectation for a ratio, and that expectation is based upon a plot incorporating data going back to 1983. And so because we have, at least in my view, maybe others, a changed system, we're seeing a predominance of hatchery fish, which have earlier maturation rate. And so we're seeing ratios much lower than that long-term line, and that triggers a correction through autocorrelation, which lowers the ratio from what it ought to have been. And I know that this last year, Dr. Satherwaite indulged me and did a calculation based on the last 20 years, and the forecast increased by 100,000 fish, by basically by 25%. So that would have made a big difference to fisheries. So, if this doesn't need a methodology review, great. Maybe this is just the only place I could find to put that request in.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And Mark, I don't see any other hands here, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
That completes our reports. Public comment takes us to our council action. Guidance to the SSC regarding potential topics and development of materials. Does anybody want to start discussion on this topic? Danny Evanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to catch your eye. I'm going to speak in reference to number 6 on the SSC report, which references 2 informational items. They're requesting that are activities of the Pacific Salmon Commission Chinook Technical Committee. I submit that both are a little bit premature at this time. The first calls for an update on updated Canadian catch and release estimates in their sport fishery. Those estimates do have a substantial impact on our perception of Puget Sound exploitation rates and other stock exploitation rates. However, they are currently undergoing review in Canada's independent science process, their CSAS, Canadian Science Advisory something. And Canada has stated on the record at the Pacific Salmon Commission that they are subject to change by up to 20%. Given that, I'm going to suggest that it is premature. I will note that the numbers that are currently used are published in Chinook Technical Committee annual reports, publicly available on the Pacific Salmon Commission website. And we do have good information flow between the Chinook Technical Committee and the SSC. and the STT, notably Dr. Galen Johnson and John Carey, are members of both. The second piece is the development of a statistical catch at age model. They reference understanding this before 2027 seasons and limits are set. This model is still under development. It hasn't been tested. In fact, they're working on populating it now. I don't think I'd be going out on a limb by saying it is unlikely that it will be used to set 2027 seasons and limits, because it does need to be tested and then it needs to be adopted by the Pacific Salmon Commission. So a number of steps in the process, just like council process, Pacific Salmon Commission process is also takes time to validate everything. So I would suggest that that is also putting the cart before the horse at this time.
Thank you. Other discussion, Susan Bishop.
Thank you. I'm just following on Ms. Evanson's comments. I do not think it would be appropriate to bring the catch and age model into this arena, even when it is available. And I say that because the Pacific Salmon Commission, the FMP itself, provides some exemptions with regard to stocks that are managed under international treaties. And the peer review process that is inherent in the Pacific Salmon Commission process has been found to be BSIA in Federal Register notices that NOAA has published, very similar to the P-STAR process. In fact, they're both in there as examples. So I would just provide that as background. We did, about 3 or 4 years ago, do an assessment, and again found that the peer review that happened through the Pacific Salmon Commission process was sufficient, and further review didn't need to be added to that. So I would just provide that as additional background.
Thank you. Kyle Addix.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer. Just wanted to support the comments from Ms. Evanson and Ms. Bishop. I'm way less familiar with the Chinook Technical Committee process than either of them. I do have a pretty long history with the Chinook FRAM and the last base period update we went through, and it does trigger a whole lot of things for a whole lot of fisheries. The Puget Sound co-managers have been through 2 rounds of federal mediation to get to the current version of their resource management plan for Puget Sound Chinook, and this could have implications for needing to go back and look at that. That would require a lot of co-manager communication to be on the same page. Broader methodology review, I don't know of anything from Washington that would be brought forward. We heard reference in the STT report yesterday to a minor modeling change in a terminal fishery in Puget Sound that was sort of a temporary fix that the co-managers will work on a permanent fix for over the summer. Happy to share the results of that in the fall, but don't think it rises to methodology review status. There'll also be continued work, I'm sure, on the OPIH forecast and looking at improvements to that. Unknown how far we'll make it on that or whether it would rise to methodology review, but just a couple of things I know that will be ongoing that don't necessarily need to go on a list today.
Thank you. Marcia Remco.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the SSC for a nice detailed report, and I'll just speak to a few items here. The Sacramento index and the concept of exploring alternative approaches. Yes, we hear routinely that the SI has its shortcomings and isn't often a very good indicator of ocean abundance or of escapement. I think that in terms of this mention about a progress report on implementing cohort reconstruction for Sac Fall, I'd say that's probably a little premature just based on the work that is underway within our department, but I don't think we're ready to provide a progress report out on the status of that work. But I think there is a lot here that could be done should this item remain on the list. There are lots of things that can be explored within the SI forecast that might make it better. Every time we come around to forecast season, I'm reminded that, we do not account for natural mortality in the SI forecast, and nor do we account for maturation. And consequently, the way the SI works is it assumes that every fish that is part of the adult forecast is either killed in a fishery or escapes. And that is just not right. That assumption is wrong. We catch fish of multiple age classes in our fisheries. So how we use the information from the cohort reconstruction that was reviewed in 2024, I think when that review was conducted, it was clear that there might be multiple applications of the cohort reconstruction that can be considered in future iterations. So I think I'm maybe not of the same mind as the SSC that we might want to try to make an effort to refine the SI as opposed to just moving toward a cohort reconstruction. I think there are refinements that can be made. I want to refer back to Mr. Gorelnik's testimony on the base period. That is something that we've had discussions about, and that at least from my conversations with our STT, it would not be too difficult to conduct a review on the base period itself. I think Mark's point that using consistent base periods, whether we're talking about determining abundance forecasts or revised reference points, that question of Sacramento base period, I think, is very important. And there is, I think, some benefit to consistency in the use of the base period when we're talking about updating reference points across the board. So I want to thank Mark for pointing that out. Moving to item 3 on the comprehensive review, or I guess comprehensive collection of metadata relative to established reference points. Want to thank the SSC for noting that multiple stocks don't incorporate information from the last 40 plus years on run size, productivity, or other biological parameters. I mean, I know in the case of some with Sacramento, one of the concerns is that the conservation objective that's there is very old. And so we need a new one. And so I am interested in seeing how many other stocks are in that same situation. So I think this sounds like an accounting activity, and I think it's a good use of time. So I appreciate the suggestion here for the SSC. Moving to kind of, I guess, what would be item 5, the review of the SAFE document in pre 1, 2, and 3. I think this too may be more of an accounting exercise or reviewing for accuracy and content. I think I appreciate that the exchange we had with Mr. Gorelnik on some of the things that he sees might be lacking in some of the documentation. I agree that oftentimes it is tough to find some of the information that we need to answer many of the questions that we have or the public has, and an oversummer opportunity to do that certainly I think will help us as we get into all of the activities involved in preseason in March and April. So I think that planning to do that on a slower pace and with some time to dig into, I mean, these are very lengthy documents and they have a lot of information, and that information is pulled from a lot of different sources. And so this isn't an easy lift, but I do think it would serve us well moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Corey Ridings, then Susan Bishop. Corey?
Yeah, thanks. Just listening to this conversation, thinking about numbers 5 and number 6, the review of the SAFE and pre-documents and a couple items that were previously discussed on number 6. It sounds like some of those items in number 6 may not be ripe for consideration. I'm not sure those timelines, those around the tables would know better than I would. But putting that kind of together in the bucket, I think Marcy just said something kind of administrative or accounting. So this is really a question, I think, for council staff in terms of those items sort of needing to be moved forward here, given that they're not really what we consider sort of traditional methodology review items. Should we just plan to discuss this under workload planning or kind of put a pin in it and come back to this later? What's your advice on how you want to move forward with those items?
Angela, I think that's a question for you on moving forward.
And thank you, Chair, through the Chair. In your writings, you're just referencing numbers 5 and 6, correct?
Correct.
Yes, I would, I think, lean on the executive director as well, but related to number 5, I think that would be tasking that the council would give the SSC if that they would so desire. Related to number 6, it seems like those were just informational items that were requested, but there has been some exchange about, you know, where the council wants to go with that.
Thank you. Anything else? Corey, does that answer your question? Susan Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to number 3, I hear what Marcy said, and I'm appreciative of that. That can be a huge amount of work to pull all that information together. Just judging on the work that was done on the Sacramento conservation objective before, many of those stocks are really not in the purview or directly in the purview. The data specifically is not in the purview of the council themselves, and I speak to the sensitivities that Mr. Burden raised. So I would be concerned about, and again, this seems to be informational. It doesn't seem to be anything teed up for methodology review itself. Most of the people that would need to do that work already have very significant workloads. So if we're doing prioritization, and looking at stuff that meets the COP15 rules or guidance for methodology review, I would not be supportive of moving that one forward.
John North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some thoughts. I think some of the items on the SEC report, have value, but I'm not sure they all qualify as methodology review items, especially 5 and 6. I do have a little interest in the SI Sacramento Index forecast, but it isn't clear to me right now here what an alternative forecast would look like. And if we're just talking about a data series change, then that wouldn't even need a review, in my opinion. So overall, I don't really see any of these as burning items to assign at this time because we've had other conversations about trying to reduce workloads. So, like Kyle said, there's kind of work going on in the background on other topics like OPI, but again, not sure how far we'll get with that stuff this year or if it even triggers a methodology review. So I don't know. I'm not like super, I'm not that excited about moving too much forward. I mean, if something pops up over the summer, we could consider it again in September, but thanks.
Corey Writings.
Thanks. I did want to just be sure to voice my support for moving forward with number 2 for looking at the SI forecast. That is something that has come up multiple times as an item of need. We heard from our public that's important. Mr. Remco just spoke to that, and so I would just like to add that I think that's something that we should have on the list. Also, in terms of thinking about sort of this administrative or accounting bucket we're talking about a little bit, I just wanted to recall back from our meeting 3.5 short weeks ago, Another request that came through from the SSC regarding documentation for methodology of salmon forecasts. So I just wanted to flag that as something that we had previously talked about and was planning to bring that up under workload planning. But since we're talking about those types of items now, I wanted to put that on the floor.
Executive Director Burden.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. This is, we have a lot going on in the salmon world, and so I think there's really no way to have this conversation without thinking a bit about workload planning, as you mentioned, Ms. Writings. So as I just think about the YAG that's in front of us and the work that looks like we will likely undertake on the SAC fall escapement objectives and SMSY, perhaps it's a matter of sequence if we're thinking about things, river systems off California. So if I look at the SSC report, for example, item 1, that item is currently on the YAG titled Risk Management. And so maybe there's a way to organize that somehow in a way that aligns more closely with the methodology review topic. The Sacramento Index forecast, I don't do this work, of course, but I think there's going to be a large overlap between the people working on the SMSY topic and this one, and so maybe it's a matter of sequencing all of these rather than trying to do them all at once. The other ones, I think some of the other council members here spoke to items 3 through 6, but my personal thinking is that some of those are not really a methodology review topic. But anyway, my focus here is really on the Sacramento-oriented topics, and maybe it's just a way of organizing our sequence and how we work through some of those. Maybe that's helpful.
Any other discussion or thoughts on this before we try and compile it? As we heard, most of these don't elevate to methodology review, but there's work that could be done. And I'm not hearing any specific guidance, but maybe I should put Angela under the spotlight and check in with what you've heard here.
Thank you, Chair. My understanding of the conversation so far is that there's been no specific items identified for methodology review this year. There's some ongoing work outside of this process that the council is likely to receive updates on, particularly from WDFW, and that there are some topics that may come up again later in the council's workload planning conversation, but nothing directly related to methodology review.
Okay, is that where the council is on this? Nothing elevates to methodology review on this at this time. There are some things that will remain on our radar screen in terms of work to be done. And see a few head nods here. So I believe if there's no guidance regarding potential topics, then our work here is complete. So with that, we will close out this agenda item and divert from salmon management to coastal pelagic species. There will be some seat changes here. We've been around for an hour, so it's just 5 minutes. We'll be back to start on CPS. All right, let's see if we can get comfortable here so we can reconvene. All right, thank you. Welcome here. I think the first time we're seeing them, the table at this meeting, Brianna Brady in the California Department of Fish and Wildlife seat, Justin Ainsworth, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and also Katrina. Good afternoon, and I'll let you introduce us to this topic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item F1, National Marine Fisheries Service Report. Under this agenda item, the council will hear a regulatory update from Mr. Josh Lindsay of the NMFS West Coast region, and we'll hear an update on the research and other Science Center activities from Dr. Annie Yao of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. Your reference materials under this item are a National Marine Fisheries Service Report 1, as well as the slides available for Dr. Yao's presentation. Your council action today is discussion.
All right, thank you. Questions on the overview before we begin? And not seeing any questions then, we'll turn to Mr. Josh Lindsay for the NMFS report. Josh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't have a lot to add beyond the report we had in the advanced briefing book. We weren't able to provide one of these regulatory activity reports for November, so this just is maybe a little bit more comprehensive than some in the past. So I'm happy to take any questions. Otherwise, we could turn to Dr. Yao.
All right, any questions on the report that's been in our briefing book? And not seeing any questions then, we'll turn to Dr. Annie Yao. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. Thank you for your time today. My name is Annie Yao. I'm the director of the Fisheries Resources Division at the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. We conduct CPS and HMS research, and I'm giving the annual coastal pelagic species research update. Next slide, please. This is the outline of what I'll talk about today. So I'll start with talking about the CPS assessments, their schedule, and some relevant analyses. I'll move to the 2025 Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey and future planning. I'll talk about life history research, genetics, and then ongoing research topic areas. Next slide. This is the CPS assessment schedule, and I did write in here, it's the assessment schedule as of March 2026. So I generally do go over the schedule. I added that language at the top as of March 2026 as a little bit of a nod to the fact that this council might be discussing CPS workload at this meeting or possibly next upcoming meetings in regards to the Sardine stock structure agenda item. So as of March 2026, this is the schedule. In 2026, we conducted a PFMC methodology review on integrated survey, NetSwitch. That was a successful meeting. Our scientists spent a lot of time preparing for it and a lot of really thoughtful and productive conversations from all involved. So I wanted to acknowledge that and say thanks and appreciation. Some really useful feedback from that review that you guys will hear about later today. For 2027, there's currently scheduled a Pacific sardine northern subpopulation benchmark assessment and a Pacific mackerel update assessment. And in 2028, there's currently scheduled a Pacific sardine northern subpopulation update assessment. Now, in light of the actions that this council took back in November, our scientists have already started to think about the science and required timelines to, provide information in support of changing the stock structure definition for Pacific sardine. This is, again, just the assessment schedule as it currently stands for today. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a study coming out of the Changing Ecosystem and Fisheries Initiative, SEFI, and it looked at, the goal was to look at how CPS dynamics could be correlated with environmental indicators and whether there might be a way to put that into the assessment itself to improve assessment performance. So our team took 44 ecosystem indicators of recruitment for Pacific sardine and northern anchovy. These ecosystem indicators were related to fish condition, predators, ocean temperature, upwelling habitat, and CPS prey. And they looked at whether recruitment, as predicted by the assessment, was related to these ecosystem indicators. They did find some ecosystem indicators are related to recruitment success. Temperature in the Southern California Bight, zooplankton prey for spawning adults in the Northern California current, and upwelling intensity and timing were related to these sardine and anchovy recruitment success. However, if you assume recruitment from the most recent estimate and use that to predict future recruitment, it performs better at a one-year interval than using ecosystem indicator-based estimates. So I'll say that, I'll explain that a little bit more. If you just take the most recent predicted recruitment and use that to forecast the next one-year recruitment, it performs better than using the ecosystem indicators to predict that next year recruitment. In other words, there's autocorrelation in recruitment. Last year's recruitment is a really good predictor of next year's recruitment and better at predicting it than using ecosystem indicators. So this is a very interesting finding, but maybe not totally surprising given what we know of CPS dynamics. And that publication was recently out. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to move to survey updates. The 2025 inaugural Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey went off on the water. It surveyed from border to border. It had, on the CPS side, 3 vessels involved, primarily the NOAA research vessel, the Shimada, with 82 days at sea from San Diego to Cape Flattery. On the Shimada, there were 34% of survey effort, or 28 days at sea, that did not end up being operational for data collection purposes. This had to do with mechanical issues, crew staffing issues, needing to go to transit back to ports to deal with those issues. So we had some lost days at sea. And as a result, there is some variable spacing, particularly in the Pacific Northwest. You can see on the slide here, the spacing is a little bit different in that area than other regions. Spacing can be variable over time depending on the operations of a survey in any given year. And that happened with the integrated survey. Let's see, the 2 industry vessels that are longtime collaborators were out on the water with us as well. So we have the Long Beach Carnage with 23 days at sea scheduled. They went from San Diego to Half Moon Bay, and the Lisa Marie had 36 days at sea from Half Moon Bay to Cape Flattery. So between those 2 industry collaborators, they covered basically the entire border to border. So on the NOAA vessel, we had acoustics and trawling to validate the acoustics, nighttime trawling. Also oceanographic data collection and environmental DNA collection. And on the 2 industry vessels, we had acoustics, data collection, and daytime persane to validate the acoustics. Next slide, please. Okay, lots of advanced technologies that we put forward for the new Integrated West Coast Pelagics survey. I think everyone is familiar with the multifunction trawl net system at this point. It is a net developed in collaboration with industry, both net manufacturers and fishing industry experts. It is designed to be able to fish at any depth, including surface down to mid-water, without changing out the net or doors. You can, it's simply door orientation and floats. And also associated with that new net mensuration equipment to allow us to see the net performance in real time. This has been a vast operational improvement and also safety improvement for a ship that found itself squeezing 48 hours of operations onto 24 hours of operations so moving from 2 vessels to 1 in a year. We also had other efficiency gains with a fully electronic data collection system. So you can imagine some mix of like paper data sheets was floating around in various forms, and we've since fully automated that for the trawling. So, you collect, we subsample the trawls, and then we're measuring fish on board, and instead of yelling out numbers to each other and writing them down, in a noisy and wet environment. We have fully electronic systems where the measuring board and the weights, the scales are just recording in real time into the database, and also, letting you know if they think range you entered was out of bounds or you forgot to enter something, that sort of thing. Other advanced technologies, so we had Starlink installed, so we had cloud-based data pipelines from ship to shore. This allowed acoustics data to be streamed back to shore in real time and helped acousticians on shore look at the data in real time and help assist with decision-making on board when needed. And then also, like I mentioned earlier, environmental data collection. This is something that was a few years in on the Hake side, and now because it's implemented, we're also starting to analyze it for CPS. And then we also used artificial intelligence, machine learning, AI/ML, to process acoustics data in real time. This is a little bit in the experimental stage in parallel with the current way we process acoustics, but it's showing some good promise. Next slide, please. Okay, here are some results. So these are from the NOAA ship itself, and then you'll see the next slide is about the results from the industry vessels near shore. So this is the NOAA ship. On the left is the acoustic backscatter. On the right are the CPS proportions coming from the trawl. And so generally, we're seeing northern anchovy south of San Francisco are dominant, and north of San Francisco, we're seeing jack mackerel and Pacific herring as more dominant. There are a couple of sardines interspersed here. They're a little bit hard to see just because the other species are more dominant. The combination of these two data streams results in the biomass estimate, and I'll get to that in a table in just 2 slides. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the results from the nearshore industry vessels. So close to shore. Left is acoustic backscatter again. On the right are the CPS proportions, generally from daytime purseines. So those are the white outlines. And occasionally we're pulling from a nighttime trawl from the NOAA vessel to proportion the acoustics backscatter. That generally happens in cases where the nearest purseine is farther than the nearest trawl from the NOAA vessel. So we pick the closer one. You're kind of seeing the same patterns, which is encouraging. So south of Cape Mendocino, northern anchovy and Pacific sardine are dominant, and north of San Francisco, jack mackerel and Pacific herring are dominant. Next slide, please. This is a table of results from the 2025 Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey for CPS. The tech memo for this was finalized about a week ago, and I think the DOI link, it wasn't active when I checked yesterday, but we anticipate in a few days, up to a week, that link will take you directly to that tech memo. In the meantime, here are some estimates of interest. So for example, northern anchovy, 1.238 million metric tons were found this year. Pacific sardine, you're seeing both northern and southern subpopulation on this table. We are producing those estimates and an all U.S. sardine estimate. That one's not shown on this table, but is in the biomass report. We're producing those different sets of estimates, northern, southern, and all U.S. sardine at the moment because the current FMP still stands. So we're sort of in this transition phase. So we're striving to provide information for all those different sets of sardine delineations. So northern population, subpopulation of Pacific sardines, 66,640 metric tons, and southern subpop, 20,000 metric tons. Pacific mackerel, you're seeing 10,586 metric tons. All of this and much more in detail is available in the tech memo. Next slide, please. Okay, so looking ahead, we are already in the planning for 2026 and beyond. So we had the methodology review in February of 2026, which you'll hear about more in detail later during this meeting. In March of 2026, we had an internal NOAA planning meeting. We brought Northwest Center scientists down in Southwest Center to use 2025 lessons for planning of 2026 and 2027. In the summer of 2026, we're going to have a coast-wide acoustic trawl method survey focused on CPS because it's an off year for Hake. They do a research year in even years. So we're going to go border to border again. We're going to continue some scientist cross-training across both centers. So Southwest scientists are going to come on learn acoustics from CPS, and CPS side is going to learn eDNA sampling from Hake side. And then the Northwest Center will have a portion for ATM methods research for Hake off of Northern California, Oregon, and Washington, because it is their research year. So they have a few days at sea for that. In 2027, it goes back to the coast-wide ATM survey, where we have a full operational survey for both Hake and CPS from border to border. I'll also take this opportunity to let folks know that we are holding an integrated survey outreach meeting. We haven't held one in a while for various reasons, but we're happy to hold one next week. Those who have signed up for our email list would have received this already. And if you haven't, please email me, annie.yao@noaa.gov, or you can find our NOAA integrated survey website. A Google search gets you there, and you can sign up for the email list. We'll get you that information. But it is April 15th at 9:30 a.m., and it is all virtual. And yeah, happy to hear feedback and also communicate out, answer questions. So it'll follow similar format to past outreach events. Next slide, please. Okay, moving on to some different areas of research. Life history, I'll start with. Some two pretty important publications that have come out. So first is that a method called FT-NIRS, Fourier Transform Near Infrared Spectroscopy. This method is not better than the current way we age CPS, which is by having one of our staff, highly trained staff, just read and count the number of otolith rings. So FT-NIRS is a method and piece of equipment that the agency explored for a number of different species and stocks. It really works better for longer-lived species that have many ages and have heavier otoliths with a lot of ages to them. The method reads those otoliths better, but we were finding that this method did not accurately predict the ages of, past 2 years old for CPS. And this in large part has to do with how variable the length at age is. So a given sardine of a certain length has a huge age range. And so having just the method was not predicting well. The machine was not reading the otoliths well. So we explored that to our satisfaction and have concluded that we are going to continue with our current aging method, which is, like I said, having staff read the otoliths. The other important document that's come out this past year is an updated manual for CPS aging. So there used to be a guiding document on this that was decades old, and aging methods have changed since then. And so the longtime collaboration between Southwest Center, CDFW, and WDFW saw those scientists coming together to create this new manual on CPS aging. It's a lengthy document. It has lots of detailed descriptions, visual depictions of the otoliths like you see here, it's going to serve, we hope, as a new seminal guide for CPS aging from now on. Next slide, please. Okay, we're always looking for ways to improve our efficiency in our work, and part of that here was an analysis to look at aging sample sizes. So are we aging enough fish to get the data that we need to get an accurate representation of what we're finding in the samples that we have? So our scientists did this for both sardine and northern anchovy, and they used the existing data we had, and their simulation studies showed that the current practice of aging 300 to 500 otoliths per year maintains accuracy and reliability while maximizing efficiency. So you can read more than this, you can age more fish than this, but it doesn't increase how precise and accurate your age data for that year from the survey is. And so you don't need to read more based on this study. Next slide, please. Moving on to genetics research. So I know the council is aware of this paper because it was discussed at a prior meeting. I hadn't had a chance to mention this yet in my research update, so I'll just touch upon it briefly because this has come out since the last time I gave the update. There was a Pacific sardine whole genome analysis that came out, and it found that whole genome sequencing showed no sign of population differentiation. It showed no sign of differentiation in space. So from the US into Baja California, into the Gulf of California, there's no differentiation in the whole genome. There's no differentiation in time throughout the calendar year in the area of the hypothesized overlap of northern and southern subpopulations. And when you group them by subpopulation, you're not seeing like sort of different groups either. So there's no genetic differentiation when you look at the whole genome for Pacific sardine. Next slide, please. Okay. From the 2025 survey, we continued to analyze our collected samples for Japanese sardine to try and detect their genetic presence or not. And from that 2025 survey, 901 sardine samples were analyzed, and 7.8% of the samples, not the biomass, the samples, were identified as Japanese sardine. This is a lower proportion than previous years. So we started in 22 with 42%. We're down now to 78.8% of samples, not biomass. We did want to mention that we have not had synoptic sampling, meaning we haven't had the genetic sample collected from every fish we would have liked to, like consistently, according to the sampling design. For various reasons across years, sometimes not all the samples were collected. And so we just wanted to note that because we do think that makes like analyzing the time trend of proportion samples Japanese, analyzing that time trend is difficult given that, okay? But Japanese sardine is still here, showing up in our 2025 survey. We will continue to conduct this genetic test on our samples to see about their persistence in the ecosystem. Next slide, please. Okay, when our Northwest Center colleagues heard that we found Japanese sardine in our survey samples, they reached out and said that they have sardine larvae collected from their Newport hydrographic line and asked whether we would be interested in analyzing those samples for whether they contain Japanese sardine or not. Our answer, of course, was yes. So we got samples from 2014 to 2024 at our request. And we found that Japanese sardine were detected in 2023 and 2024 off of Oregon. 17 of 190 larvae provided to us were Japanese sardine. So this is from our CPS survey, now integrated survey, they showed up in 2022. So this was not a surprise to us. But sardine larvae, you know, we're not sure they can swim all the way across the Pacific from Japan. So it's kind of an interesting finding there. Continuing to test for Japanese sardine and trying to learn more about it in the ecosystem. Next slide, please. Okay, ongoing research topics. So we continue to do a variety of CPS relevant research to support management of these stocks and the fisheries for them. So just quickly, you know, population structure and growth, subsampling aging protocols, growth recruitment, and the environment connectivity. Where you continue to test for genetics. We have developed a test for possible hybridization of Japanese and Pacific. So the current tests applied so far just tell us whether Japanese sardine DNA are present in an individual. They don't tell us whether that individual might be half Japanese and half Pacific sardine, which would be a hybrid. And so we developed a test to test for that, and we're starting to apply it to our samples. To give us a sense, again, for the impact of Japanese sardine on the ecosystem. Stock assessments. So we're thinking about a benchmark stock assessment for all U.S. sardine, including a supporting simulation framework. And we're thinking about technical support for the FMP required values for sardine in light of the ongoing discussions about stock structure. And we're continuing to refine integrated survey methods. A lot of these are longstanding topics, but also of course, continuing to think about the research recommendations from this past review and prior reviews as well, and making progress as time and resources allow. My next two slides are reference slides for the group. So the next slide, please, shows recent CPS publications with active links in case you wanted to look at them. And then the following slide just is a list of CPS presentations that the team has done over the past year. So tried to be comprehensive here, you know, may have missed one or two. It's hard to keep track sometimes with so much going on. But yeah, so these two are reference slides. And last slide, please. That concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Yao on the presentation? And hands are going up. I saw Rebecca Lynn first, and then Corey Ridings. Rebecca, and then I'll look to my left also. But Rebecca, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Yao, for the presentation. There's so much to learn about sardines, and looks like a moving target for us. Can I just make sure, on slide 13, you mentioned genetics research, Pacific sardine, whole genome analysis, and then the following is genetics research, Japanese sardine. So I assume that when your team did this analysis of what you call Pacific sardine, they first sorted out any Japanese sardine, then they took a look at them, right? So there is a genetic difference, if I understand, but you do have some evidence of cross, what do you call it? Panmictic? What's the word to say the sardines are all mixing and making little baby sardines together, to put it scientifically. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Dr. Lunt. So yes, the Pacific sardine whole genome analysis excludes Japanese sardine. There's the word I think you're looking for is panmixia in the population of Pacific sardine, where the whole genome analysis showed no differentiation across the entire range of Pacific sardine. And then I think you possibly may have been alluding to hybridization or. Yeah, so there's a possibility that if you imagine sardine are spawning, and that might be Pacific and Japanese, and whether those eggs and sperm are compatible or not, and resulting in larvae and juveniles and adults or not, and whether those are viable or not, those are all sort of questions we have. And so the genetic hybridization test is being applied to our existing samples to try and get a better handle on whether some of these that we're just labeling now as Japanese sardine are actually hybrid Japanese Pacific sardine.
Thank you. Corey Ridings.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yao. My question is regarding slide 4 on CPS recruitment indicator analysis. And this is just really interesting work, so thank you for highlighting this. My question is regarding the third bullet. And it said, predict future recruitment performed better at a 1-year interval. Can you explain to me what that 1-year interval is?
Through the chair, Ms. Ridings, thank you for the question. The 1-year interval is simply like the study is done with the lens of wondering whether using environmental indicators might improve assessment performance. And so here it's recruitment prediction. Recruitment prediction drives prediction of the next year's biomass, and that next year's biomass is the value of interest in setting the harvest control rule. And so we investigated a 1-year interval, whether you predict recruitment 1 year out, because that gives us the biomass for 1 year out, and that biomass is used for the harvest control rule. So it's all in the context of the assessment. I think this is your question. I hope this answers your question. And yeah, I'm happy to further explain if needed.
Thank you. Other questions? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yao. And yeah, thank you for all the work the science centers do. It's just a good reminder here, seeing things like even as basic as reading the otoliths, and interesting that only 300 to 500 would be what you need. So yeah, just in general, thank you for all this information here. And this is maybe an unfair question, but since we're on this slide, and you mentioned, the new like the genetics suggest this is one stock, and even all the way down to the Gulf of California genetically. But then that second bullet there talks about the Northern California current in zooplankton up there being important for recruitment success. So how does that fit in? Like with this new vision of it being all one population, and we should expect the fish in Mexico to eventually replenish the Pacific Northwest one day. Like, any thoughts there about what this study, how it relates to this updating what we're going tomorrow about it being one stock?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Niles. This study, was, my guess is about 2 years in the making, so it obviously started before the whole genome paper came out, and it is a northern subpopulation focused study. It is a northern subpopulation focused study, and it uses the northern subpopulation assessment model as the framework for the recruitment values it uses and predicting recruitment, that sort of thing. So I think, understanding environmental drivers of Pacific sardine throughout its range is a different question that this study did not address. Because you asked about the Northern California current. Some of these ecosystem indicators, they vary in their availability, in their space and time coverage. And so, possibly this indicator was only available for Northern California current, so they tested it that way to see if it might actually be predictive. In this case, interestingly, it was. And so, yeah, but this is a northern subpopulation focused study, used that assessment. So I don't have a good prediction for what it might look like if you were to expand to a different geographic area.
Thank you. Other questions? Executive Director Burden, then Corey Ridings. Corey first.
Thanks, Dr. Yao. My question's regarding slide 14, looking at the genetics research of Japanese sardine. And you noted several times, this is 7.8% of samples, not biomass. And I understand what that means. I'm wondering if you could give us a little more interpretation. That is just kind of scientifically what that means in terms of us understanding how much Japanese sardine is maybe out there.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. If you recall on prior slides, I had an acoustic backscatter and, trawl proportions maps. And the combination of the two through a series of stratifications, clustering, yields the biomass estimate, which is why we just caveat with saying it's not a one-to-one. So with this, a 7.8% of the samples doesn't translate to a 7.8% of biomass. We have not done the calculation, actually. We have not done the calculation of what Japanese sardine biomass there is. We think it's probably possible, but have not spent time and effort trying to go down that pathway at the moment. So it's not a linear, it's not a one-to-one, which is why we've said that. I don't have a good, the calculation of combining the acoustics and the clustering stratification of the trawl is such that I couldn't even, I think, give you a good sense of which way it might go one way or another. I hope that helps.
Yeah, that helps. So essentially just to say that we're getting sort of these different data points regarding, we have some genetic stuff, we have this estimate of samples, but we can't really extrapolate that sample into any sort of larger estimate in terms of biomass or overall proportion of the CPS we have off our coast right now.
Through the chair, Ms. Ridings, I think it's possible to calculate Japanese sardine biomass. I think it's probably possible. And I don't know that we've gone down that path yet or what we might do with that information as a result. Yeah.
Executive Brianna Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Yao, for being here. Could you please go to the slide with all the biomass estimates on there, the table, and just kind of thinking bigger picture about how we assess different CPS and using full stock assessments versus updates and folks talking about point estimates and using survey-based. And looking at the means and then the lower and upper confidence intervals, could you help us understand how those might change from year to year? For instance, if you look at sardine, northern subpop with the mean of 66,000 tons, that mean doesn't fall in the center of the CIs. And so where would that 66 lean towards given those confidence intervals? And what might we see differently in another year?
Through the chair, Ms. Brady, thank you for the question. I'm not sure I totally understand. I think I'm not sure I totally understand what you mean by year to year, how that might pan out. The confidence intervals are if your question is about the central tendency and whether it leans one way or another within the confidence interval, I would say I'd have to check, but my gut is probably my gut would say there's probably not a pattern to it, or like a predictability to it. Sorry. Yeah, there's no pattern, not a predictability to it, but I would have to check. And sorry, if that's not a satisfactory answer, I'm happy to try again if you want to further clarify. Thanks.
Thanks. I think just coming from the perspective of if we were to move to survey-based and looking at what that mean is versus what those bounds are, just how broad that is. And folks were coming from a perspective of, well, we're above 50,000 tons right now, so we're out of overfished for sardine. There's public comment and open comment where we're below some thresholds. So just trying to understand these numbers and giving us that, if we do move to survey-based, how can those numbers really help us? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Executive Director Burden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to go back to slide 4. And let's see, the third bullet point, I'm actually wondering if you can opine on something for us, so maybe not a fair question, but I'm looking at that third bullet and keying in on the same thing that Ms. Writings keyed in on, which essentially, ecosystem-based indicator is an indirect correlate or driver or whatever term you want to use of some, in this case, a fairly tactical estimate. And what this bullet is telling me is that it has some explanatory power, but not as much as a more direct estimate. And you see that, I see that over and over when it comes to ecosystem metrics. And so what this doesn't say is that they don't have power. I think what it raises the question of is how do we use them? And so are they useful for tactical questions like this, or more strategic questions like reference points or long-term planning? Is there anything that your center has done that gets into how we use these things and at what scales?
To the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Burden. It's a good one. I actually do think about this sort of like where environmental ecosystem ties, environmental ties interplay with the entire science to management process for sardine and all of our stocks, frankly. And I think in response to your question, I would say we kind of know that there's obviously something driving the dynamics of this stock that we are, I don't know, not capturing well in any data time series we have right now, right? There's some combination of them that is complicated to a level where we're not predicting it well. And in response to your question, I would say it's a very complicated system, and it would require, I think, more and different kinds of analyses to help us better understand what else ecosystem indicators might be correlated with as far as its population dynamics, and where it is useful for predicting or not. So I think the short answer is off the top of our heads, we don't have a good response, but there are analyses possible to, better understand where it might be a good predictor or not. But short of those analyses, it's hard to know. The results sometimes can be surprising before when you undergo an analysis, so it's hard to know ahead of time, I think.
Thank you. Sharon Kiefer.
I don't see a number on the slide, but it's the survey updates from the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey, the advanced technologies. And I noticed one of those technologies that you call out was environmental DNA collection. Didn't hear you address that any further. Was that specific to detection of Japanese sardine, or was it a broader array of environmental DNA, and has there been any analysis?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kiefer. Environmental DNA has been collected during hake operational years for, I want to say they have a 5-year time series now or something like that. So when you collect, we did it on the full integrated survey. When you collect environmental DNA, you have a sample. You can analyze it for whatever you want: Japanese, CPS, rockfish, plankton. And so the short answer is yes, we are running CPS markers against the eDNA. And we can also do that with the past past eDNA samples collected on the hake side, although they're not from quite the depths we, prefer for CPS. So we're starting to build a CPS eDNA data set, and I think of it as sort of like incremental, experimental at this point. So that data will come out, we'll look at it, see what it shows in time and space. Does it correlate with what we're seeing on the acoustic trawl or not? So sort of, a proof of concept stage right now for eDNA application to CPS. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking around, I do have a couple of questions if there's not any other council members here. It's back to slide 4, bullet 3. It was so important you had to repeat it twice. First one, maybe I'm embarrassing myself, is what is the recruitment measure that you're using? You indicated in one of your responses it was age 1+, or the biomass value that's used in the harvest, but is it at age 0, age 1, or egg? What is the recruit that's being measured to forecast then the next year?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the question. It's recruits. Recruits are age 0s. So the time series of recruit that we investigated against the ecosystem indicators is from the assessment. So the recruitment as predicted from the most recent assessment, and then predictions past the end of the assessment year are what they're talking about in the last bullet point as far as future, 1-year future predicted recruitment.
Okay, and then thinking ahead, what's the timing of availability of that estimate of recruitment? When does that become available? And I'm just thinking about our management cycles and utility of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. Are you asking how far ahead in time, or what time of year? I'm sorry, I need to.
I'm sorry, I just, the survey is done in the summer. You just happen to be here at our April meeting, but when do you get that estimate?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So a couple different things. The survey, this recruitment from here is assessment recruitment. So assessment calculated and assessment predicted recruitment. So on our current schedule, that happens, we generally have the model running in February that used the prior summer's data and all data, before that. And then it goes to the council for April. So I think that's what you're asking. The recruitment from this study is recruitment from an assessment. The assessments come out in February, presented in April using the prior summer survey data.
Okay, I think that answers it, February. So my last question may seem a little strange, but it's on the aging slide. The pictures there were too odorless, and it seemed like maybe, I don't know if they were idealized or really good ones where the ages are obvious. And as I said, it's a strange question, but why why is it using the near infrared spectrometry if it's, that works for older age species? It's a very short-lived species, and a human reader can look at some of these quickly and see that. The Fourier transform is just a wave analyzer, so have they looked at other light paths, light measurements there that would assist?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. It's an interesting one. So I hear our scientists talk about how they had to test different ways to orient the otolith to even get the machine to read correctly or at all. Do you put in water or not? Do you prop it up somehow at an angle? Where is the light source coming from to get the machine to read the otolith correctly? I think for longer lived species, you have a lot more rings. And so, the fish might be 34 years old or 33 or 35, and that's maybe less. That error is less important than if you have an age 2 versus 4 fish for a fish that only goes 5 years old, for example, right? So I think there's that. The heavier otoliths, I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on the longer lived fish. So I think just the high variation in length at age for CPS, a fish of a certain size can have a wide range of ages, especially as they get larger. Coupled with just the difficulty of these small otoliths or positioning them for correct scanning, I think led them to no longer pursue this method for CPS. It is being pursued for other stocks in the agency, just not great for CPS. As to other methods or light sources, I don't know a lot about FT NIRS enough to know whether like a different machine or something might be there, but I imagine other experts in the agency would know and might have suggested at this point. We haven't heard of anything. In fact, other science centers are, continuing to pursue FT NIRS much more enthusiastically, and we are not for CPS. And so, I think that method exploration for us has just come to an end there.
All right, thank you. Sharon Kiefer?
Sorry, not to belabor, but back to slide 4. And I recognize you pointed to recruitment is, the better predictor of future recruitment. But we've also experienced, certainly in the salmon world, recruitment failure, which often is tied to significant environmental events. And just curious, is there some point at which, if the environment is so out of bounds that it does become a more influencer on recruitment?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kiefer, for the question. It's an interesting one. So this idea that like under different regimes, or like maybe there's a specific set of environmental conditions, the ecosystem indicators do become important. It's an interesting question. I think you would need to have that in the system already for our data to see it in order to know it's an issue, because absent that, like a model can't know or predict it without it having happened already, if that makes sense. And so the entire time series tested here, they were not finding that to be the case for the Pacific sardine and northern anchovy.
Thank you.
Thanks. Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your indulgence. Thanks, Dr. Yao. My question is on slide 9, looking at the all CPS summary, core plus nearshore, and thinking about sort of those confidence intervals. We had public comment at the beginning of this meeting unrelated to CPS. It was under open public comment, stating some concerns about the northern anchovy. And looking at this, we see 4,000 metric tons, and we see the confidence interval shows the lowest of 99 and a high a little bit over 11 there. And I guess my question for you is just, as someone who is an expert on these stocks, are you concerned about the level of that biomass and sort of the future of that stock given those numbers and given the size of that confidence interval.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Ridings. This survey was border to border, so it does not, and northern subpopulation of northern anchovy is not a target. We are not seeking to cover. I do not think we cover the entire spatial extent of northern subpopulation of northern anchovy. We don't follow it into Canada, basically. So if you look at the CV, it's 73%. It's a very high CV. It indicates we saw very few NSNA, northern subpop, northern anchovy. And so just small sample size, high uncertainty. Those go hand in hand. So I don't, it is hard to make that conclusion from this data. We do not have the full extent of this stock sampled by this survey.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Dr. Yao. Check and believe that completes all our reports. Takes us to public comment. And I'm not seeing any on my list, but I want to confirm that. No public comment. So that takes us to our council tasks, which is any discussion is appropriate regarding the NIMS and the Science Center updates. Anything else to be discussed here? And not seeing any hands then, won't belabor it. Katrina, is that all we need on this agenda item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Yao, for your time today. I think you've completed your business on this agenda item.
Thank you. I think, why don't we roll right into our next agenda item then, and I'll turn it back to you, Katrina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're now moving on to agenda item F2, which is the methodology review for the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey. When a new stock survey or a data methodology is developed for potential inclusion in council products, the council provides a process for peer review and evaluation. NIMS and the council are responsible for ensuring that data sources related to the assessment and management of coastal pelagic species, including new survey designs and proposed changes to existing surveys, are peer-reviewed via this methodology review process. Upon approval by the SSC and the council, the methodology can then be included in stock assessments and other council products. The Southwest Fisheries Science Center conducts coastal pelagic species surveys to collect data and inform management of federally managed fisheries. CPS surveys and the acoustic trawl method for these surveys have been conducted since 2006, and data from these surveys are used in CPS stock assessments. The survey data is used to estimate species-specific biomasses, age compositions, and weight-at-age data used in stock assessments. In 2025, the Southwest Fisheries Science Center integrated their summer CPS survey with the Northwest Fisheries Science Center's joint U.S.-Canada Integrated Ecosystem and Pacific Hake survey, since both surveys use the ATM, or acoustic trawl method, along the U.S. West Coast. The resulting Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey, also abbreviated as IWCPS and commonly referred to as the Integrated Survey, completed its inaugural survey during summer of 2025. The Integrated Survey still uses the ATM to collect survey data, and methods and gear remain primarily the same as was used on the CPS survey, except for the exception of switching to a new multifunction trawl net from the Nordic 264 net that was previously used. The intent is to use the multifunction trawl net, or MFT, as a part of the integrated survey for collecting survey data on CPS and hake moving forward. In February of 2026, an analysis of the net change for the integrated survey was reviewed by a methodology review panel that included SSC CPS subcommittee members, members from the Council of Independent Experts, and advisor representatives from the CPSMT and CPSAS. A tech memo prepared by the methodology proponents, the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, was provided to the panelists and is available in your briefing book as attachment 1 under this agenda item, as well as a draft report from the inaugural survey. The final report, which Dr. Yao mentioned, is forthcoming in the next few days. Specific terms of reference was also utilized for this methodology review and was adopted by the Council in November, and is also available as a reference material under this item as attachment 3. A final panel report is included as agenda item F2 attachment 4, and the SSC reviewed these materials and has also provided a report coming from their review of the panel report and other materials. So your council tasks today are to consider the integrated survey methodology, the review panel report, and the SSC's recommendations, and approve the integrated survey methodology products for potential use in future stock assessments as appropriate, and you may provide any additional guidance as needed.
Thank you. Any questions on the overview? Not seeing any, then we'll get into reports. And again, attachments 1 through 4 were in the advanced briefing book. So first up is the Scientific and Statistical Committee, Dr. Galen Johnson. Welcome back, Galen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Council. I'm going to try being on the other side and hope that doesn't short anything out. I'll be reading Supplemental SSC Report 1, Scientific and Statistical Committee Report on Methodology Review, Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey. A methodology review panel was held from February 24th through 26th of 2026 to perform a methodology review related to the switch from the Nordic 264 surface trawl to the new multifunction trawl net on the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey. The integrated survey provides the survey-related inputs for the stock assessments for Pacific sardine, northern anchovy, and Pacific mackerel. The multifunction trawl net trawl was used during the 2024 and 2025 surveys for coastal pelagic species. The MFT has a different configuration and fishes deeper than the Nordic 264, potentially changing species and length composition data, and this was the focus for the review. The terms of reference for the review included 2 main questions. 1, has the switch from the Nordic 264 to the new MFT net resulted in important changes to species and length-based selectivities? And 2, if so, have these changes resulted in important changes to the survey-derived data inputs for the stock assessment? The panel was unable to draw definite conclusions about selectivity for species or length because data for the 2 nets were not collected during the same years. Thus, it was not possible for the panel to clearly distinguish between possible changes in selectivity from natural variability. Nevertheless, the panel concluded that the MFT appears to be more efficient and have higher catch volumes for CPS, even though the magnitude of the potential increase in efficiency and catch could not be quantified. The panel endorsed the continued use of the integrated survey to provide the survey-related inputs to the stock assessments for Pacific sardine, northern anchovy, and Pacific mackerel. It recommended that work continue to quantify any changes in species and length composition data and emphasized that conducting comparative trawling or other efficiency studies is essential to fully comprehend the distinctions between the 2 types of trawls. The panel identified a variety of research recommendations related to refining the understanding of the performance of the MFT and the potential for changed species and length-based selectivities. The panel recommended that near-term based models within benchmark assessments for CPS should initially assume no change in survey trawl selectivity or acoustic catchability starting in 2024 because effects of changing the net on selectivity have not been identified. Further, length compositions between nets indicated that selectivity changes were likely minor. The panel also recommended that sensitivity analyses that include time blocking can be used to evaluate potential changes in survey catches. The Scientific and Statistical Committee endorsed the conclusions and recommendations from the Methodology Review Panel. However, the SSC emphasizes that paired trawling is the best way to quantify the changes in survey operations, but no such data were available for the review. The SSC highlighted that the differences in length compositions for Pacific mackerel between the Nordic 264 and the MFT indicate that there are some differences in length selectivity between the two nets, as the larger MFT net appears to be more effective at catching the faster swimming large Pacific mackerel than the Nordic 264. This provides support for conducting paired trawls in the future to quantify changes in species and length-based selectivities. And that concludes our report.
Thank you. Questions on the SSC report? Rebecca Lind.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Ellen, for this presentation. You note, the SSC notes that the MFT appears to be more efficient and have higher catch volumes. And I understand you still need to do, we all still need to do this calibration to make sure we're getting the same sort of index of abundance or whatever it is. But does more efficient mean you might need fewer sea days? You might mean have less costs for each survey that you conduct? Is that what more efficient means? Thank you.
So the most specific example that I can recall from our discussion a couple of days ago is that it was just catching more volume. So and this is used to match what is being seen in actual catch to what's being seen on the acoustic scatter. And so there are simply more fish there to kind of ground truth what they're seeing. So in this case, we were, I think the main focus was on biomass. We did not have all the data to look at other types of efficiencies.
Thank you. I guess as you're sort of doing this comparative study and shifting over to the new gear, which appears to have some advantages, are there going to be changes in the number of days or the area surveyed? I guess you still want that consistency, sort of same transects and so forth. I just can't wrap my head around what it means to switch from something that was catching fewer fish to catching more fish. It's more efficient. Obviously, everybody's trying to look for cost savings. Maybe this is something for your colleagues at the center as well, but thank you for any insights.
Yeah, so I was not privy to a lot of this discussion. We just reviewed the report. So I think that is probably more of a question for the survey designers and the folks who did all the research that went into setting up this.
Thank you. Any other questions? Looking around, I don't see any. Thank you, Galen. Next, we have the CPS management team report. Lisa Hiller is here to give that report. Good afternoon, Lisa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Lisa Hillier, and I'm going to read agenda item F2A, the supplemental CPS MT report. The Coastal Pelagic Species Management Team reviewed the documents under agenda item F2, methodology review for the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey. The management team endorses the use of the data from the integrated survey for use in CPS stock assessments and management. The management team applauds the industry collaboration in the development, implementation, and the review of the new multifunction trawl net technology and supports the continued refinement of the new trawl system. We appreciate the efforts of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center technical team to address research recommendations for the 2018 acoustic trawl methodology review. The management team supports the conclusions and recommendations from the methodology review panel and the Science and Statistical Committee to address differences in net selectivity in future stock assessments, where appropriate, to inform CPS management. As additional years of integrated trawl data accumulate, discrepancies in species compositions and lake-based selectivities between nets will become clearer. Although paired trawl experiments or simulation studies could help identify and quantify net performance differences, they're extremely difficult and resource intensive. Improving the integrated survey methodology and understanding of CPS behavior in response to the net will provide more long-term value and should be prioritized. Thank you, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions on the management team report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for that report. I seem to read in this report from your group that we shouldn't fuss so much and spend a lot of money doing the side-by-side for years and years, that we can dial that back and still feel confident in the future that we're getting the kind of data that will show us the trends and help us manage fisheries. Is that the case you see right up between those costs and the benefits? Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. That's the understanding of the management team, is that the SSC and the review panel have looked towards ways to do the comparisons and address some of that either in the short term or in the long term in stock assessments with different methods.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Lisa. And next we have the CPS Advisory Subpanel report. Mark Fina. Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon, and I'll keep this brief. The CPSAS provided input into the report that was produced from the workshop. We just generally endorse what was written in that report, and we also would like to thank the industry or the agency for working closely with the industry. I think it's done a lot to both build confidence in the output as well as kind of improve the relationship with industry. We will say the only thing I think that comes in our report of any that's kind of significant going forward, besides we think this has all been a good endeavor, is to continue to work on the improvements. Some of them were identified a few years ago, and they've made progress on some of them that hasn't necessarily showed up in all the reports they've done. But continue to work on making this system better and make it solve some of the issues that were concerning in the past. And we think it's heading in the right direction. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions on the advisory subpanel report? And seeing no hands, thank you, Mark. That completes all our reports. Public comment. There is no public comment, so that will take us to our council task. And consider the report. Approve the methodology products for use in future assessments and any other guidance as necessary. So, Brianna Brady.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to express appreciation to the Science Centers and to the fleet for working together to move the integrated survey forward and then to put in the work to have a methods review of the net specifically. As noted in the panel report, the trawl is used to collect species and size composition data, while acoustics are used to estimate total CPS abundance. And then this information is used as the basis for our assessments for CPS. So I'm supportive of moving forward to approve the changes to the gear, and I have a motion.
All right, before we get to that, let me see if there's any other discussion people want to have on that. Otherwise, we're ready for your motion.
Thank you. I sent it to motions. I'm not sure if it can be posted or not. Otherwise, I could read it.
Here's it hasn't gotten through cyberspace here.
Okay. I move the council approve products of the integrated West Coast Pelagic survey reviewed in agenda item F2 attachment 4 April 2026 for use in CPS management.
All right. There, it's on the screen enlarged. Does that language on the screen look accurate and complete? Give you a chance to read it over.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Rebecca Lent. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks. We heard from our advisory bodies that they endorse the continued use of the IWCPS to provide the survey-related inputs to the stock assessments for Pacific sardine, northern anchovy, and Pacific mackerel. Additionally, in the CPS-AS report, they cited their representative's summary of the review. That was in the panel report, which is found on page 22. And those key points suggest that we continue to look at the effects of the daytime trawls to collect catch composition data and to apply that, data and to apply the previous night's acoustic data and further exploration of the effects of vessel avoidance. So while we support the change in the net type, I think it's important to keep these other needs in mind as well for future discussions. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for clarification on the motion? Seeing no questions, discussion on the motion? Corey Niles.
Thanks. Just briefly, thanks, Brianna, for putting this together. Yeah, and thanks, everyone. The collective effort that went into all this. It feels, I know it's been acknowledged elsewhere, but as the team and others said, yeah, thanks for the collaborative effort with industry and the science. And yeah, we're pretty proud of Greg Shaughnessy and Ocean Gold for being a man of many talents here and like efforts to work on this net and make these surveys work. So thank you, Brianna. Supportive, of course.
Thank you. Other discussion? Seeing no hands, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Brianna. Katrina, is there anything else to do on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The council has approved the products of the Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey for use in CPS management, and your business for this item is complete. Thank you.
All right, unless there is anything else here, that completes this agenda item. We'll close it out. Let's take a short break and come back to F3 and F4. We might be able to get through both of those then. So 10 minutes. All right, let's find our seats again. All right, thank you. I think we're ready to go on the next CPS agenda item. So, Katrina, please give us the introduction to F3. I believe is where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item F3, exempted fishing permits for 2026 to 2027, final action. The CPS Fishery Management Plan allows for exempted fishing permit or EFP activities to be conducted under a permit issued by NIMS. The Council Operating Procedure 23 describes the process for proposing EFPs, in which initial consideration occurs at the November Council meeting with final action scheduled at the April meeting. One EFP notice of intent was submitted for the November 2025 Council meeting as an informational report with a full proposal to be considered at the April 2026 meeting. This proposal is available as attachment 1 in your briefing book. If approved, EFP allowance of Pacific Sardine will be considered alongside the management measures for the 2026 to 2027 Pacific Sardine management measures under agenda item F4. And the proposal that is attachment 1 is from the California Wetfish Producers Association and is a repeat proposal that has been submitted over several years. Your council action, which is to endorse EFP applications and recommend NIMS issuance as appropriate. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions on the overview? Not seeing any questions then. We'll move right into the reports. First is the CPS management team. I believe Trung Nguyen is here. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Trung Nguyen, and I will be reading agenda item F3. The team reviewed the proposal for a renewed EFP from the California Wetfish Producers Association. The team sees value in the data collected from this EFP because it is used in stock assessments and recommends the council endorse the EFP application.
All right, very short. Any questions on that? No questions. Thank you, Trung.
Thank you.
Next, we have the CPS Advisory Subpanel report. Mr. Matt Everingham is here. Welcome, Matt.
That work? There we go. Thank you, Chair. Matt Everingham reading for the CPS-AS. The Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel recommends the Pacific Fishery Management Council adopt the California Wetfish Producers Association exempted fishing permit for 2026-2027. This EFP provides useful biological data for stock assessments while there is no directed fishery for Pacific sardines. Thank you.
All right. Any questions on the advisory subpanel report? And seeing no questions, thank you, Matt.
Thanks.
Next, I'll look to make sure my sheet says no public comment. I have not refreshed it. And that's correct, there's no public comment. So that takes us to our council action here. Which is adopt or not adopt the final EFP recommendations. And who's going to lead that discussion? Brianna Brady.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say that I support this EFP as we've done in the past, and I can put forward a motion if you'd like.
All right, let me make sure there's no other initial discussion. Not seeing it then, let's hear your motion.
Hopefully I actually hit send and you have it. Thanks. I move the council approve agenda item F3, attachment 1 for the 2026-2027 season.
All right, what I see on the screen looks accurate and complete.
Yes, thank you.
Is there a second to the motion? seconded by Corey Ridings. Please speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. As we are in this phase of change for sardine management, I think it's important we do our best to maintain our data sources, and this EFP provides fishery-dependent data, which has been used in stock assessments and should continue to be available for future assessments. Thanks.
Thanks. Any questions regarding the motion? Seeing no questions, any discussion on the motion? And with no discussion, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Brianna. I'm just going to turn back to Katrina because I think that is the extent of our work on this agenda item, but I will check with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It was short and sweet, but you have completed your work on this agenda item endorsing the EFP application provided as attachment 1.
All right, thank you. Before I close it, I'll just make sure there's no final words, information on that. I'm not seeing any. That completes work on F3. So we'll close that agenda item and move to F4. And Katrina, you have the floor again to introduce this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is agenda item F4, which is the Pacific Sardine Harvest Specifications and Management Measures for 2026 to 2027, final action. At this meeting, the Council will adopt harvest specifications and management measures for the 2026 to 2027 Pacific Sardine fishing season, which runs from July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2027. The SSC considered the 2025 update assessment for the Pacific Sardine stock, which was provided as attachment 1 and was the last assessment of the stock, as well as any additional information and harvest specifications from the previous season, and provided a recommendation on the adoption of an overfishing limit, or OFL, in category designation for the update assessment. The advisory bodies and the council are tasked with making a recommendation on the P-star to determine an appropriate acceptable biological catch, or ABC, an annual catch limit, or ACL, and other management measures as appropriate, considering the recommendations for the revised Pacific Sardine Plan, which were adopted by the Council in November 2024 and implemented as well in 2025. The advisory bodies have made their recommendation on P-star, the ABC, and the ACL, as well as the management measures, and those are provided in their supplemental reports. Under the rebuilding plan for Pacific Sardine, the ACL is set to be 2,200 metric tons when the age 1+ biomass of the stock is below 50,000 metric tons, and 5% of the stock age 1+ biomass when the stock age 1+ biomass is above 50,000 metric tons, or the ABC in either case if it is lower. For the 2025 to 2026 season, the Council adopted harvest specifications based off of the update assessment and the revised rebuilding plan, and those details are provided in the situation summary. Listed there are also the accountability measures that were adopted last year. This year in 2026, there was no stock assessment completed for Pacific Sardine in order to prioritize the methodology review of the integrated survey. Therefore, the Council may consider whether the 2025 to 2026 harvest specifications may be rolled over with any adjustments as appropriate, considering any new additional information that has come about in the past year and since the last full assessment in 2024. To determine appropriate harvest specifications and as well consider the level of uncertainty for these specifications. This approach was recommended by the SSC in April 2025 in anticipation of this gap in assessments that we would experience in 2026, and has also been used by the Council in the past in 2021 and 2023. Estimates of sardine biomass and abundance produced annually from the CPS acoustic trawl method survey are also available under this supplemental NIMS report 1 in this agenda item. The council will also consider incidental landings and fisheries targeting other CPS stocks and non-CPS fisheries and take allowed under exempted fishing permits, which were approved under agenda item F3. In recent years, the biomass estimates have been below the sardine harvest control rule cutoff of 150,000 metric tons. And aside from small-scale and live bait fishing, directed fishing has been prohibited since 2015. The 2025 to 2026 fishing year incidental allowance for sardine landed in CPS fisheries was 20%. And this follows the rule that when 1+ biomass is below 50,000 metric tons, the council may adopt an incidental landing allowance between 0 and 20%, while when the age 1+ biomass estimate is above 50,000 metric tons, the council may adopt an incidental landing allowance between 0 and 45% for sardine landed in other CPS fisheries. So the council tasks today are to adopt an overfishing limit, to adopt a P-star, an ABC, an ACL, and if appropriate, any annual catch target specifications, which is an ACT, and any management measures, as well as adopt incidental catch allowances for CPS and non-CPS fisheries. Again, your reference materials provided are the update assessment of the Pacific sardine resource in 2025, which was the same assessment that was provided to the council in April of 2025, so has not changed. As well as a NIMS report on sardine biomass in U.S. waters from the 2025 Integrated West Coast Pelagic Survey, and supplemental reports from the SSC, CPSMT, and CPSAS, and any public comment if it is signed up. I believe there was one public comment provided online. Your council action today overall is to adopt final harvest specifications and management measures for the 2026 to 2027 Pacific sardine fishery.
Thank you. Questions on the overview? Not seeing any questions then. We'll go to the reports. There have been a number of reports in the advanced briefing book, but I believe our first one here is the Scientific and Statistical Committee, Dr. Galen Johnson. Welcome back, Galen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again, Council. And then I also have Dr. Will Satterthwaite online to help with questions. I'm going to read the Scientific and Statistical Committee report on Pacific sardine specifications and management measures for 2026 to 2027 final action. The Scientific and Statistical Committee discussed Pacific sardine specifications for 2026 through 2027. New information available relative to the biomass and productivity of the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine is restricted to the 2025 survey biomass estimate, which is in units of survey selected biomass. Age 1+ biomass estimated in an assessment is used in the ACL formula under the rebuilding plan and in conjunction with EMSY is the basis for OFL determination. However, neither an updated assessment nor new temperature information was available to update that age 1+ biomass or EMSY. The SSC determined that rolling over the OFL of 4,645 metric tons from 2025 to 2026 is appropriate for informing management for 2026-2027. Given the lack of new information and the short generation time of Pacific sardine, the SSC determined the ABC should be calculated by coupling the OFL value with a Category 3 sigma value of 2.0. Associated ABC values are found in Table ES4 of F4 Attachment 1. For P-star equals 0.45, the ABC is 3,613 metric tons. Moving to a survey-based harvest control rule could alleviate the need to obtain age structure information when only survey data are available. The performance of such an HCR could be evaluated through a management strategy evaluation, particularly if the stock structure of Pacific sardine is updated. That concludes our statement.
Thank you. Questions on the Scientific and Statistical Committee report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again for the report. I'm just looking at the last paragraph, it talks about moving to a survey-based harvest control rule to alleviate the need to obtain age structure information if you only have survey data, but that would require an MSC be prepared and evaluated. Is that a heavy lift? Would it be worth it to invest in that when the stock is assessed as a one stock later on? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I am going to give that to Will if he can speak to it, because I think coming from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, he's going to have a bit better handle on the workload.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Will.
Thanks. Yes, Will Satterthwaite from the Southwest Fisheries Science Center, an SSC member. So yes, management strategy evaluation is a fairly heavy lift. That said, as you'll see under our F5 statement, it is likely that updating the reference points, if there were a move to a single stock, would require a management strategy evaluation anyway, in which case, it would be some extra work, but much more of a sort of incremental addition of work to, as part of that MSE, look at harvest control rules that were based on total biomass rather than age 1+ biomass. So definitely it is work. It would be a significant amount of work to do simply for the northern subpopulation if we did not intend to manage the northern subpopulation for much longer. It would be more of a sort of incremental increase in the workload if there was already an MSE being done, to be able to inform the single stock management approach.
Other questions? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Galen and Will. Maybe this is maybe a question for tomorrow, but since we're deciding this today, I'm just having, and I didn't see any too much. It kind of Will got into in his last response to Dr. Lent, but yeah, what are your thoughts about what we're doing here, in what does it mean in terms of it looks like the science is we're now going to move to having one stock. I was wondering if you had any thoughts about that, and maybe if it's a question for tomorrow and what comes next. But yeah, I'm just are we doing anything? I know that we're doing what we're doing now because we thought there was two stocks, but it doesn't seem like you'll have too many concerns that we're continuing down this path, while also acknowledging that it could be much different if and when we have one stock. But long-winded way of, yeah, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, thanks. And yeah, I think we'll probably circle back to some of those concepts tomorrow. But I mean, I guess, my characterization of our report under F5 is certainly not opposition to moving to the single stock approach. Definitely there would be work that would need to be done to develop the management framework for that single stock. But yeah, I mean, in terms of what that means for this agenda item, our perception was, at the present time, we are managing the NSP. And so we evaluated the information under this agenda item relative to, our established procedures for managing the NSP, which we understood to apply until that was changed.
Thank you. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Galen. Next, we have a CPS management team report. Ellen Sarich. Good afternoon, Ellen.
Afternoon. Thank you, Chair. All right, so the SSC provided the biomass estimate of 30,158 metric tons. They provided an OFL of 4,645 metric tons, and they recommended a category 3 sigma value of 2.0. So we're going to use those and continue on, and the biomass estimate is below the cutoff. It's below the MSST. So we're still working with the revised management plan. So the team recommends setting the ACL equal to 2,200 metric tons, consistent with the rebuilding plan. The team recommends a P-star value of 0.45 to account for the risk of exceeding the OFL. With an OFL of 4,645 metric tons and an ACL of 2,200 metric tons, and the closure of the directed commercial fishery, the risk of exceeding the OFL is extremely low. Landings have averaged less than 2,200 metric tons since the directed fishery was closed a decade ago. And we've provided a lot of these numbers in Table 2 just for the last 5 most recent years. Applying a P-star value of 0.45 produces an ABC of 3,613 metric tons. The team recommends an ACT of 2,100 metric tons for the 26-27 fishing year. This accommodates recent levels of sardine harvest in CPS fisheries and incidental harvest in non-CPS fisheries, as well as the proposed 520 metric tons from the EFP request. Setting an ACT of 2,100 metric tons would establish a trigger for accountability measures to prevent exceeding the ACL of 2,200. If the ACL were to be reached, sardine harvest would be prohibited in all CPS and non-CPS fisheries. The team also recommends the accountability measures listed below to prevent exceeding the ACL. The team notes that all sources of catch, including any EFP research set-asides, the live bait fishery, incidental catch in CPS and non-CPS fisheries, and minor directed fishing, will be accounted for against the ACL. These recommended harvest specifications align with the revised rebuilding plan. So the rolled over biomass estimate remains below the MSST, and this provides a maximum incidental landing limit of 20%. So the Table 1 is just a quick summary of the numbers I've pretty much said. OFL 4,465, P-star buffer 0.45, Tier 3 ABC is 3,613, ACL 2,200, and ACT of 2,100 metric tons. And the accountability measures we recommend are: 1, incidental landing in the CPS fishery, landing limit in CPS fishery of 20%. If the ACT of 2,100 metric tons is attained, then a per trip limit of 1 metric ton of sardine applies to all CPS fisheries, and an incidental per landing allowance of 2 metric tons of Pacific sardine in non-CPS fisheries until the ACL is reached.
Thank you. Questions on the management team report? Corey Niles.
Thanks, Alan. This is just a variation on the question I asked SSC. I think the last time we did this, and I don't remember exactly when that was a number of us around here expressed concern about this setup, and we're having these triggers of the catch when the framework we're using now says in the summer there are basically no northern subpopulation fish in the Southern California bight, and that's where lots of this catch is coming from, and that's a huge logical issue that we just kind of, I don't see any discussion of that in here, and I haven't read your statement for tomorrow. Do you have any thoughts on that? That seems like a huge, still continues to be a troublesome thing, and we had hoped to fix this, but what we'll fix it as part of the stock definition item? Is that kind of what I'm implying from you guys' statement?
I'm sorry, what was the actual question there?
How come you guys aren't talking about this mismatch between catch and populations?
Yeah, that is a topic we have covered extensively in the past, most notably last year at the same time. There is a disconnect between the stock assessment and the harvest management rules that we have to follow. So yes, there are southern stock as currently defined being caught, and there hasn't yet been a way to separate them out from the northern stock. Just got lost. Hopefully this will be covered a little better tomorrow.
Thank you. Other questions? Ellen, I have a question, if you can bear with me. In the report, I guess near the last page, it says the rolled over bioestimate remains between the minimum stock size threshold. And I don't have time now to look through all the reports, but we were rolling over some of the harvest control things from last year. I don't recall the documents saying rolling over the bioestimate. There's the NIMS provided a new biomass estimate, but that's total biomass, not age 1+. Did the management team, and that's for the northern subpopulation, was 66,000 metric tons. Did the team talk about the probability or likelihood that the 1+ biomass would have been greater than 50,000? Because that changes how we look at things.
Yeah, and we know that the survey showed, that 60,000 number that you said, but the numbers that we were provided by the SSC are what we're kind of constrained to use for management purposes. And they used the stock assessment from last year, and that spit out the number of 30,158 metric tons.
Okay, thanks. That clarifies what you said there. Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Alan. Next, we have the advisory subpanel report. Matt Everingham. Welcome back, Matt.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hassemer and council members. Matt Everingham reading for the CPS-AS. The estimate of the northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine produced by the Acoustic Trawl Survey of 66,640 metric tons is substantially over the 50,000 metric tons minimum stock size threshold MSST, while the 2025 update assessment, Attachment 1, estimated the stock below that MSST. The Scientific and Statistical Committee noted in its deliberations that the absence of age 1+ biomass estimates prevented them from recommending a biomass estimate greater than that generated by the 2025 assessment. We ask that the National Marine Fisheries and the Pacific Fishery Management Council explore potential paths for the survey to produce estimates of age 1+ biomass, including a methodology for generating a reliable estimate of the age 1+ biomass from the survey, such as applying a maximum age 0 size rule to sampled catches that can be directly applied in the specifications process. In considering whether to develop a methodology for using direct use of survey data for these biomass estimates, the Council should consider the effects of the timeline for development of management of a coast-wide sardine fishery and the extent to which effort put towards generating these survey estimates may impact the workload related to the development of that new coast-wide management and reduce the need for an assessment in 2027. If a 2027 assessment is unnecessary, this could also further alleviate workload for staff also working on development of new management. The CPS-AS supports the following recommendations: a P-star buffer 0.45, acceptable biological catch tier 3 of 3,613 metric tons, ACL of 2,200 metric tons, ACT of 2,100 metric tons. Coastal Pelagic Species Advisory Subpanel recommends a 2,100 metric ton ACT, which would provide flexibility to participants before the potential accountability measures are triggered. We also support the CPS management team recommended accountability measures. 1, incidental landing limit in CPS fisheries of 20%. 2, if the ACT of 2,100 metric tons is attained, a per trip limit of 1 metric ton of Pacific sardine applies to all CPS fisheries. And 3, an incidental per landing allowance of 2 metric tons of Pacific sardine in non-CPS fisheries until the ACL is reached. We recommend that the Council approve the 520 metric tons proposed for the EFPs as previously discussed. That concludes our comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions on the advisory subpanel report? Rebecca Lent.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Everingham, for the report. I'm looking at the first paragraph and about halfway down where you discuss in considering whether to develop methodology for using direct use of survey data for biomass estimates. That's related to the same point that was in the SSC report, that we would need an MSC to take that approach. Are you saying here that that's worth it or would take too much time? I'm not sure I understand what the advisory subpanel is recommending.
I think the notion is that it would be beneficial to have something that, while it may not have the same rigor as the stock assessment, which is a very involved process, it's a way to get to a number that is I guess, a real world number, for lack of a better way to say it. And so that's the reason for the recommendation, is to arrive at something that has the amount of rigor that's possible to be accomplished with the time frame available, is maybe the notion.
Rebecca?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying that. I think it's the same general concept, but maybe taking a different step in the process. Just a quick question, because I know that you and your family have bait business. I'm just wondering, these years and years of not being able to harvest or to be above that critical level, how is it going for your businesses, and how would it be different the day we finally get over that limit? Thanks.
Well, that's an interesting question. I would say there's, well, I would say one way to answer that is that there is a lot of teamwork amongst the entire fleet, and not just our seine vessels, but also among the passenger vessels that are our customers. Everybody works very hard to conserve live bait as much as possible. And in the process of doing so, there are opportunities that may be bypassed when they might not have otherwise. How to quantify that, I wouldn't know. But definitely there's a lot of effort to, for example, save bait between trips and things along those lines, which, you know, if it's the difference between having live bait and not, people are happy to do it because they need it. And, you know, there's other measures being done to be very careful with the bait, including taking less bait per trip and things like that have been done. So. Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Not, oh, sorry, Jamie Dimon.
Thank you,
Very
Chair.
bright light
Sorry.
behind you there.
Thank you, Chair Hasmer. Thank you for your CPSAS report. I just have a question. If the stock were currently defined as one stock, would these recommendations look different?
Yes, I believe they would. That being said, I also would expect the overall stock numbers to be different, and so it kind of all goes together. But yes, I believe it might be different.
So, thank you. It's this weird timing thing that we have right now, and we're kind of in this weird stutter step of a moment. And so I'm just want to highlight, like, we're doing this, and I feel like I think about green light a little bit from Groundfish, and this kind of we know something's about to happen, but we still have to do these really constraining things anyways. And I just want to I'd be remiss if I didn't just really put it out there right now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
That completes our reports and takes us to public comment. We have 2 signups. First is Ben Entignap. Good afternoon, Ben. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Hassemer, members of the council. I am Ben Entignap, and I'm representing Oceana. I think it's important to remember Pacific sardine are a critical forage fish in the California current ecosystem. They play an essential role as forage, and that they're prey for many other species, including sardines, marine mammals, and other commercially and recreationally important fish like tunas and salmon. As you know, based on this most recent stock assessment, the Pacific sardine population remains low. It's well below the overfish threshold, and it does not appear to be rebuilding. I want to focus on a specific element of that, and that's the EMSY. Contrary to the best available science and the duty to prevent overfishing and rebuild the population, the Council and NMFS continue to rely on the Cal coffee-based maximum sustainable yield harvest rate, that's the EMSY, as that essential parameter for calculating catch limits. It's used in calculating the OFL, it's used in calculating the ABC. Until the EMSY issue is resolved, we're recommending that the council set an ACL that's no greater than 5% of the 2025 H+1 biomass. So that would be 1,058 metric tons for this upcoming fishing year. And given its continued overfish status, the council should adopt an incidental sardine catch allowance for other coastal pelagic species no greater than 10% of each landing. That's in contrast to the management team's recommendation of 20%. So regarding the EMSY, since at least 2017, scientists from the National Marine Fisheries Service, the council and its advisory bodies have concluded that the Cal coffee-based EMSY does not accurately reflect sardine productivity. Its use produces inflated catch limits that overestimate the amount of catch that the population can sustain. I want to read you a quote that was from the court order that sent the rebuilding plan back to you, as well as annual catch limits. And even the court found that the best available science demonstrates that Cal coffee data does not yield a reliable measure of Pacific sardine productivity in existing or anticipated conditions. It's not that the scientific information is uncertain. It's not that it has gaps. Rather, the record reflects that the use of Cal Coffee Temperature Index to calculate EMSY consistently and materially overstates the productivity of Pacific sardine, and that NMFS has failed to demonstrate that it relied on the best available science in setting overfishing limits. So we're requesting that the council direct NMFS immediately construct and evaluate a range of alternatives for setting EMSY that does not rely on Cal Coffee, including using alternative methods to set EMSY based on the productivity estimates calculated directly from the stock assessments. So there are ways to do this without environmental indicators that are better at estimating the productivity of the stock and calculating EMSY. In fact, we just heard that earlier today in the presentations. And so we're asking that you do that. In the meantime, use 5% in calculating the ACL. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Entignap on his testimony? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Again, I don't know if you heard my questions to the team and SSC, but I get same question. I think we looking at our Southwest Fishery Science Center, people back there, we don't, the capacity is limited. Like, where should we be spending our time right now? If I think I would see your point about EMSY, and I think a lot of people agree it should be looked at, but at the same time, we have the system here where none of, like, I forget what the percentage is, but less than 50% of what's actually being counted as against this ACL is the population that we're supposed to be rebuilding. And now our scientists are telling us not even different populations. So, like, there's stuff that needs to be figured out. So would you be, sorry, I'm having trouble phrasing this, but wouldn't it be better to look at the EMSY once we've got when we get to agenda's item tomorrow, and is it one stock? What is the right harvest rate? Are you telling us we should look at this EMSY no matter what for this particular two stock model, or are you just saying would you be happy if we looked at it with the right sequence of figuring out which populations should be managed together? I didn't say that very clearly, but I think you get what I'm asking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Niles. I'm looking forward to this conversation tomorrow. That's obviously going to be really important, and I'll just foreshadow, my public testimony for tomorrow is you're going to have to recalculate everything. You're going to need to do a full management strategy evaluation and recalculate all the parameters, because all the existing parameters that you have now are based on two stocks and are tailored to the northern subpopulation. So if that's the direction you're going to go, full management strategy evaluation, recalculation of all parameters is where you're going to have to go. In the meantime, right now, the decision before you, we're saying use 5% as a precautionary way to avoid overfishing and help rebuild this, knowing that the Cal coffee-based EMSY is wrong.
Okay, thanks. That makes sense. But then what about the part about most of the catch in Southern California not even being of the stock we're rebuilding? And it's way less than 5%. I think, not trying to do math in my head, but if only 20% of the catch is the actual population we rebuild, how does that match up to your 5%
Thank you.
recommendation?
Well, what we would like to see is continued management of the northern subpopulation and management of the southern population. And that's, been a consistent recommendation. I can speak to it more tomorrow under the agenda item. But we do think that there are reasons why it makes sense to continue to have manage two stocks and not just merge them into one. And so that is where we'd like to go and begin to account that catch towards the southern stock.
Other questions? Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Ben. Can you describe a little bit more about your recommendation number 2 and setting the catch limit at no more than 5%? Can you just explain where that 5% comes from?
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, Ms. Niles. Wait, no, Ms. Ridings. Sorry, excuse me about that. Excuse me. The original idea of that EMSY, right, is that there would be a range when there's low productivity, the harvest rate could drop down all the way to 5%, if not 0%. And when there's really high productivity, you would increase that harvest rate up to 15, maybe even 20%. So that's where this range comes from. That it was originally based on the Scripps Pier, it was 5 to 15%, depending on how productive the stock is. Productivity right now remains low. We saw that in the stock assessment. It says it's low. And therefore, based on what's actually being observed on the water, is low productivity. We should be harvesting at that low end of that spectrum. Thank you. And apologies.
Other questions? Looking around, not seeing hands. Okay. Thank you, Ben. Okay. And next, Matt Everingham. Welcome back up, Matt.
Thank you. Being as you've already heard from me today, I'll keep these comments relatively brief, and thank you again for the opportunity to make comment. Matt Everingham, Everingham Brothers Bait Company. So first, I'll just say that we've continued to not have any trouble finding sardines in Southern California, that the abundance has overall been steady. 2, that all fish used as live bait get returned to the ecosystem in one way or another. 3, right now live bait depends on sardine in order to meet the needs of our customers. So that's something that's needed. and we hope to continue fishing for sardine for live bait while the stock structure is being reevaluated. We appreciate all the hard work that's going into that process and that also the work yet to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Everingham on his testimony? Rebecca Lind.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the testimony, Matt. I was able to catch a fish using your live bait, so I thank you for that.
Excellent.
I also wanted to ask, are you following what's going on just a few miles south of your operation? Or do you have any partners in Baja? Apparently there's quite a harvest of bluefin going on. Sardines, and I gave away the punchline, to feed to bluefin. Just wondering if you're following that, and we'll probably talk about it tomorrow, but in case you're not around. Thank you.
Thanks. We're aware that they do fish sardine below the border. That being said, we don't necessarily get to know any important details about that, other than, if they're fishing within eyesight, we can see them doing it. And so I think the general impression is that they're kind of a bigger fishing operation than we are. So sometimes it's can be a little bit intimidating to kind of have that right next door and be, observing that. But so we're aware of it. Yeah.
Other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
That completes our reports, our public comment, and takes us to the council task. Make sure I see them all. There are 3 there: adopting an OFL, P-Star, ABC, ACL if appropriate, and incidental catch allowances. And who will initiate discussion on this item? Rebecca Lind.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of competition for the floor here this afternoon. I'm sure folks want to talk about this a little bit, but when you're ready, I have a motion.
Thank you. Let me just look around and see if there's any preliminary discussion. And I'm not seeing any, so let's have your motion and see what discussion that generates.
Thank you. I move for the 2026-27 northern subpopulation of Pacific sardine, the council adopt the following specs: OFL 4645 metric tons, P-Star 0.45, ABC Tier 3 3613 metric tons, ACL 2200 metric tons, ACT 2100 metric tons. Accountability measures, incidental landing limit in CPS fisheries of 20%. If the ACT of Pacific sardine applies, if it applies to all CPS, I don't know why I have an F in there, sorry. If the ACT of 2100 is attained, per trip limit of 1 metric ton of Pacific sardine applies to all CPS fisheries. An incidental per landing allowance of 2 metric tons of Pacific sardine in non-CPS fisheries until the ACL is reached. The specs accommodate the EFP apportionment of 520 metric tons.
Thank you. I followed along. Everything on the screen looks accurate and complete. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Jamie Dimon. Please speak to your motion.
Okay, thanks. Well, we saw that the SSC, and the other advisory bodies all lined up together on this. We haven't had a new stock assessment, and the best approach for this year is to roll over last year's specs. So that's what we have in here as a proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the motion? Discussion on the motion? Brianna Brady.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Dr. Lent, for the motion. I just wanted to say that, yes, I will be voting on this motion, yes. But just wanted to comment that it is unnecessary that we are setting an ACL this low. But I understand this is the framework in place given the revised building plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Other discussion? Corey, not trying to figure out, I see any hands raised here.
Yeah, just similar to, I mean, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but there's a lot of things that could be improved with this framework, as Brianna called it. I hope we don't get into any issues until we get around to working on those improvements, which we start talking about tomorrow. Oceana has some good points, but I think the one that just not obsessed with, but is like, I think if you look at the habitat model, which we're using for this to define the populations now, and you look back to the model going all the way back to its start in 2006, there's never been northern subpopulation habitat in the Southern California Bight between, I forget what it was, like July and October, which is when a lot of so why are we counting that as against the AC? There would be a way to do this better and catch accounting better if we weren't also, I would be recommending we do that if we weren't also doing what we're doing tomorrow on the stock definitions. But yeah, so there's some awkwardness here, but I think there's a collective effort to improve things, and I won't be able to sleep tonight waiting to get till tomorrow. So thank you, Dr. Lent, for the motion.
Thank you. Justin Ainsworth.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I agree with the maker of the motion that there's agreement among the advisory bodies, and so I'll be supporting this motion too, recognizing that they're, to the point that Mr. Niles is bringing up there, there's a lot of discussion around the population structure that we'll be having tomorrow. So.
Thank you. Other discussion? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Rebecca. And Katrina, I saw everything in the motion that was on our checklist, but why don't you tell us what else we should do here? We've got plenty of time to spend here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The council has adopted final harvest specifications and management measures for the 2026 to 2027 Pacific sardine fishery, including an OFL, a P-STAR, an ABC, an ACL, and ACT management measures and incidental catch allowances. So your business today is complete.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion we need to have on this agenda item, or we'll save it all for tomorrow? Corey, Niles?
It won't be this sunny tomorrow, so let's.
All right. Forewarning us. With that, I believe we have finished this agenda item. We'll close it. I'll turn to the executive director in case there are any closing remarks he needs to make before we adjourn. Executive Director Burden.
I'm going to take a page out of Mr. Niles's book and say it's sunny outside, and I don't have any comments, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we are adjourned for the day. Enjoy your evening. See you in the morning.